Chapter 624. Activate the array, 6 directions, 8 desolations. His voice was powerful and resonant, like a yellow bell, landing in everyone's hearts. Yan Qingyi and Marshall did not feel any changes, they only stared with their eyes wide open. Tang Jing pushed his palms forward, a formless innate qi surged out and struck the air. Hua! The air seemed to have turned into a water surface. Immediately, circles of ripples appeared and spread out in all directions. Rays of light broke out from the sand and rose from the ground like bamboo shoots breaking out of the ground. In the blink of an eye, they grew into towering green bamboos. 66 pillars of light surrounded the tree of life, as if they wanted to pierce through the heavens. Immediately, Yan Qingyi and Marshall were dumbstruck. This was like a special effect in a movie, and it was truly displayed in front of them. Majestic, magnificent, and had an indescribable grandeur. The pillars of light did not continue to rise into the sky. In the end, they gathered in the sky and intertwined together. With a boom, they collided and released an intense light. The light scattered in all directions, forming a screen of light. The screen of light landed on the ground and sank into the sand, disappearing without a trace. This scene lasted for a few minutes. The screen of light faded bit by bit, and finally disappeared without a trace. Everything returned to normal. Everything just now was like a dream. Yan Qingyi and Marshall looked at each other in dismay. They did not know what had changed after experiencing this scene. Tang Jing also did not have the confidence, so he walked straight forward. Without any obstruction, he walked to the bottom of the tree of life. Looking up, there did not seem to be anything strange. Could it be that it failed? Tang Jing unconsciously creased his eyebrows. Damn, Tian Chanzi can't be tricking me, right? If it really doesn't work, then I'll lose a lot of face. Turning his head to look at the two dumbstruck people, Tang Jing thought nervously. Tang Jing, how is it? Marshall was the first to break the silence. Tang Jing coughed bitterly and said, This. For a moment, he could not think of an explanation. Marshall raised his eyebrows and said gloatingly, Did you fail? Tang Jing was speechless. Wu raised his leg and strode towards Tang Jing. Bang! Suddenly, with a muffled sound and a flash of light, Marshall flew backwards and staggered to the ground, almost sitting on the ground. This? She was immediately stunned. The other two were also stunned. Yan Qingyi was amazed by this magical power, and Tang Jing was secretly happy that he had regained what he had lost. Success. The Universal 8 Desolation Formation was successfully activated and protected the Tree of Life. Outsiders were unable to get close to the Tree of Life. However, because the person who had set up the formation was Tang Jing, and he was the master of this Universal 8 Desolation Formation, he was able to pass through without any obstructions, and was not blocked outside the formation. As soon as the light appeared, everyone immediately noticed that something was wrong. The Tree of Life seemed to have been covered by a huge cover, completely covering it. Yan Qingyi stared at the light barrier and muttered to himself. The Universal 8 Desolation Formation is indeed magical. Marshall came back to his senses and snorted. However, he was not convinced and complained. You did it on purpose, right? You want me to make a fool of myself? Tang Jing laughed bitterly and said, Why would I do such a boring thing? Marshall took a deep breath and recalled the scene of him healing her. Only then did he suppress the anger in his heart. How did you do it? Yan Qingyi did not have the mood to care about Marshall's embarrassment, and quickly asked. Cultivators' magic cannot be solved with common sense. The principle behind it is not something that can be explained in a few words. Everyone only needs to see the result, Tang Jing said perfunctorily. Although Yan Qingyi felt that it was a pity, he did not ask any further. However, his mood was unable to calm down for a long time. Is that all? It can absorb the power of the ghost realm? After a long while, Yan Qingyi asked again. She was like a curious baby, curious about everything that was happening around her. Tang Jing shook his head. It's not that easy. This is only to protect the Tree of Life. It will take a lot of effort to absorb the power of the ghost realm. After saying that, Tang Jing did not delay any longer. Both of his hands converged and true qi surged out from his palms. Bang! He slapped the tree trunk with his palm, but the tree trunk did not move at all. Tang Jing closed his eyes as the dragon god technique silently circulated in his body. The dragon mark on his forehead lit up. In order to let the tree of life absorb the energy of the ghost realm, he had to rely on the power of the dragon god technique to drive it. Because the five-clawed golden dragon only knew how to use the dragon god technique to do this, Tang Jing could only use the dragon god technique. Fortunately, he cultivated the dragon god technique. Otherwise, he could only sigh. The dual-clawed golden dragon and the dragon mark churned and roared towards the sky, as if it wanted to break through his forehead. What's going on? He had never felt this way before. Could it be because he came into contact with the tree of life? Before he had time to think about it carefully, the dual-clawed golden dragon rushed out from his forehead with a dragon roar. The dual-clawed golden dragon grew with the wind. In a flash, it grew to a length of several meters, like a young golden dragon. When it looked up, the dragon's might was fully revealed, causing people's hearts to tremble. Wu and Yan Qingyi were stunned once again. Their mouths were opened so wide that a duck egg could be stuffed in. There was only one thought in their mind: dragon. This was actually the legendary dragon. Dragons were legendary creatures. Most people thought that this was just a legend and that dragons did not really exist. But this scene once again subverted their worldview. It turned out that dragons were not legends, but real existences. That awe-inspiring dragon face, the golden dragon body, all of them showed mystery and power. The two of them clearly saw that this golden dragon flew out from Tang Geng's forehead. In other words, there was a golden dragon hidden in his body. This, no matter how big the hole in their brain was, they would never have thought of this. The two of them looked at Tang Geng's body at the same time. Their hearts were filled with a strong desire to know how many more magical things were hidden in his body. The dual-clawed golden dragon soared into the sky, coiling around the tree trunk and soaring up. Wherever it passed, it left behind a dazzling golden light. Tang Jing was also shocked by this scene. He had always thought that this golden dragon was just an illusion and not a real body. But today's scene was completely out of his expectations, subverting his understanding. It turned out that the golden dragon in the dragon seal was real. Damn, why didn't the five-clawed golden dragon tell me this? It only said that the dragon seal was very magical, but now there's actually a dual-clawed golden dragon hidden in my body. This is too ridiculous. Not long after, the five-clawed golden dragon broke through the canopy and arrived at the top of the tree. It finally stopped moving forward. Tang Geng's line of sight was blocked, and he could not see clearly what was happening at the top of the tree. Just as this thought appeared, two golden lights flashed in his eyes. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he actually saw the scene at the top of the tree. Ah! He could not help but let out a low cry of surprise. But in an instant he discovered something strange. It was not that his line of sight had pierced through the layers of leaves, but that he had seen everything that the dual-clawed golden dragon had seen. It was as if his pupils and the golden dragon's pupils had overlapped, and they were connected. What the golden dragon saw was what he saw. Even though he was thick-skinned, he was still shocked by this discovery. What the hell is going on? He was confused. However, his attention was quickly diverted. The dual-clawed golden dragon let out a dragon's roar towards the sky, shaking the heavens. A golden light shot out from its body and into the sky. Swish! A green light followed closely behind and also rushed into the sky. In an instant, it caught up to the golden light and simultaneously bombarded a point in the sky. Boom! With a loud explosion, the sky seemed as if it was about to collapse. Yan Qingyi and Wu's legs went soft, and they were almost knocked down by the loud explosion. The sand on the ground splashed up like water droplets. The two of them stretched their necks to look at the sky, but they were unable to clearly see what had happened. That was because the canopy was simply too big. Wu's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately retreated. Yan Qingyi also thought of something, and quickly retreated far away. Finally, he stopped in the distance, and could clearly see the scene at the top of the tree. Under the bombardment of the two golden and green rays of light, the sky trembled, and circles of ripples spread out. A strong wind blew in the air, and a small black dot began to appear. This small black dot grew larger and larger, and in the end, it actually turned into a whirlpool. The clouds and air in all directions were sucked in by the whirlpool. The whirlpool was like the bloody mouth of a monster that swallowed everything, emitting a terrifying aura of death. "What is this?" The two of them did not know anything. They looked at Tang Jing and found him standing under the tree like a puppet with his head raised. Why isn't he reacting? What is he thinking? Tang Jing was attracted by the black whirlpool, and the trace of death aura that was emitted from it was so familiar. Ghost Realm. On the other side of the whirlpool was the Ghost Realm. He would definitely not be wrong. The double-clawed golden dragon and the Tree of Life together actually created a passage that connected the human world and the Ghost Realm. Creating a passage that connected the two worlds out of thin air, Tang Jing did not need to waste his brain cells to know how difficult it was. But they did it so easily. With such a big commotion, will the Ghost Realm find out? Tang Jing anxiously thought, but there was nothing he could do. The whirlpool spun rapidly, as if it wanted to devour everything in the world, but the golden dragon and the Tree of Life did not move. The two golden and green rays of light did not tremble at all as they connected with the whirlpool. Suddenly, a burst of energy gushed out from the whirlpool. Rustle, rustle! The leaves of the Tree of Life moved without any wind, making a series of sounds. The energy immediately rushed to the Tree of Life and was absorbed. This energy was invisible to the naked eye, but it did not escape Tang Deng's perception. Immediately, he realized that this was definitely the source energy of the Ghost Realm, and it was absorbed by the Tree of Life just like that. That was to say, it was a success. The source energy of the Ghost Realm was constantly erupting from the whirlpool like a volcano. The Tree of Life kept shaking its leaves, like a cheerful child who had encountered his favorite snack, constantly absorbing. Could it be that it would continue to absorb like this? This was too big, even a blind person would find out. Tang Jing scratched his head and became distressed. The two rays of light were suspended in midair, and the black whirlpool was even more dazzling. How could it be hidden from others? Chapter 625. Before he could find a solution to his distress, the scene in front of him changed again. The two pillars of light in the sky gradually faded and finally disappeared without a trace. Huh! What's going on? Before he could react, the vortex also disappeared out of thin air. The clouds in the sky were light, and the wind was light. There was no trace of it. Could it be that it failed? His face darkened as he looked at the empty sky. Suddenly his eyes lit up. No! The sky was still filled with the origin energy of the Ghost Realm. In other words, the origin energy of the Ghost Realm was still being absorbed, although the vortex had disappeared without a trace. He looked down. The leaves of the Tree of Life were still rustling, but they were shaking more slowly. A light flashed in his mind. He clapped his hands and said, "Yes! It didn't fail. This is a real success. I said that since the five-clawed golden dragon said that this method could be done without anyone noticing, then it definitely wouldn't be so obvious. Just now, it was just connecting to the Ghost Realm. That's why it was so powerful. Now that it's stabilized, all the signs gradually disappeared and became traceless. Great, now we don't have to worry about being discovered by outsiders. Is identical to, and the speed of absorbing the origin energy from the Ghost Realm is slower. This way, the five-clawed golden dragon's method is really effective." Roar! A dragon's roar interrupted Tang Deng's thoughts. A golden light flashed in his eyes, and the scene in the sky disappeared. His eyes returned to normal, and he could only see the canopy above his head. Boom! The golden dragon penetrated the canopy and rushed directly toward Tang Jing. The powerful dragon's aura made people tremble. But for Tang Jing, there was a sense of intimacy. Facing this double-clawed golden dragon, he didn't feel fear. Instead, he felt intimacy, as if it was a part of his body. This feeling was extremely mysterious. The golden dragon crashed into Tang Zheng's body, causing Yan Qingyi and Wu Dou to let out a series of screams at the same time. The screams stopped abruptly, and the two stared with their eyes wide open. The scene they were afraid of did not happen. Tang Jing was unscathed, but his body flashed with a golden light. The golden dragon disappeared, and the golden light soon disappeared without a trace, leaving only Tang Jing standing quietly in place. The two of them looked at each other, then Wu took the lead and rushed towards Tang Jing. Bang! She slammed into the light shield and was bounced back. Ignoring the pain, she punched the light shield and shouted at the top of her lungs. Tang Jing, are you okay? Yan Qingyi followed closely behind and looked at Tang Jing anxiously. However, Tang Jing did not move at all. It was as if he had been immobilized. This was because his sea of consciousness was completely enveloped by a golden light. When the golden dragon hit him, he didn't feel any discomfort. The golden dragon rushed into his body and quickly returned to its original size. It circled around his meridians and finally returned to the middle of his forehead. However, within his sea of knowledge, a golden light appeared. Even the purple third-grade true fire was dyed with a layer of golden halo. The golden light followed the true fire. Unknowingly, the flame was mixed with a trace of gold. This was definitely not dyed with a golden halo, but a true golden color. That trace of true fire had turned golden. Golden true fire. Tang Jing had never heard of such a thing. At least, he had never heard from Tian Chanzi that there was a golden true fire in this world. He didn't have time to carefully study it. The golden light retreated, completely withdrawing into the golden dragon. Everything returned to normal. Tang Jing, quickly say something. What happened to you? An anxious scream interrupted his thoughts. He suddenly raised his head and saw that Wu Jing was crazily slamming the light shield and shouting at the top of her lungs. Seeing her like this, Tang Jing hurriedly came forward and said, I'm fine. Without any obstruction, he passed through the light shield. Wu Zheng immediately stopped slamming the light shield and looked at him in a daze. The scene just now really scared her. That made her even more worried than her own injuries. Humph, why are you pretending to be a statue? Wu said unhappily. Tang Jing smiled bitterly. Yan Qingyi looked at the two of them thoughtfully. As a woman, she could see some subtle information from Wu Deng's reaction. She couldn't help but fall into deep suspicion. She was no stranger to Wu Jing. But the other party was a member of the martial organization. Why was she so close to Tang Jing? Weren't the martial organization and the cultivators mortal enemies? For a moment, her brain short-circuited. She couldn't understand the whole story. The martial organization had internal strife. Outsiders didn't know about it. Therefore, Yan Qingyi didn't know that Wu Jing was no longer a member of the martial organization. Of course, she didn't know about the relationship between Tang Jing and the sect leader of the martial origin sect. Even so, she felt that there were more and more mysteries surrounding Tang Zheng's body. After solving one, there would immediately be several more, making it impossible for her to figure it out. The heavens will give a great responsibility to a man. If this kind of savior role can be understood in a short period of time, then it is indeed unrealistic. She automatically filled in an explanation. Is this enough? Yan Qingyi looked at the tree of life that was no different from before and asked. Wu also immediately looked at him attentively. Tang Jing smiled faintly and said, Of course. This way, the ghost realm's origin energy will be absorbed by the tree of life without anyone noticing, and replenish our world. Yan Qingyi smacked her lips and sighed. You are too powerful. Miss Yan, where are you going next? Tang Jing asked. Yan Qingyi looked deeply at the tree of life and said, Since I can't study the tree of life, then I will naturally leave. In that case, let's leave as soon as possible. The dragon group will definitely make a comeback soon. We should leave this place. Tang Jing was not afraid of the dragon group. Instead, he thought that since his goal had been achieved, there was no need to be entangled with the dragon group. The three of them walked out of the desert together. This side of the world immediately fell into silence. Only the rustling sound of the leaves of the tree of life could be heard. After a long time, a rumbling sound came from afar. A few black dots appeared in the sky. The black dots quickly approached, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the tree of life. A few helicopters hovered in the air. The strong wind stirred up the yellow sand on the ground. The air was filled with yellow sand. So. 3 figures jumped down from the helicopters in the air. They did not have any protective equipment on their bodies. They hit the ground like meteorites. Bang, bang, bang. Yellow sand splashed everywhere. The 3 people's feet sank deeply into the yellow sand. However, their legs did not bend in the slightest. They did not care about the impact at all. It could be seen that the 3 people's bodies were strong. The 3 of them looked up at the same time. Their sharp eyes swept through every inch of space. One of them said in a deep voice, "That brat ran away." So, Xing Feng slid down the rope from the helicopter. When he heard this, he immediately frowned. He angrily shouted, "Ran away? How could you let him run away just like that?" Hearing this angry roar, the 3 of them hurriedly lowered their heads and said respectfully, "Master, this is all because we were careless and allowed the other party to find this flaw. If one of the 3 of us was still here, then the Flame Emperor would definitely not have died in vain. Yes, we 4 heavenly kings have lost the Fire King. This is a great shame and loss." Another person agreed. "We must take revenge." Xing Feng sternly looked at the 3 people. These 3 people were his most powerful subordinates. They were the 4 heavenly kings of the dragon group with the Fire King. They were also loyal to him and were willing to recognize him as their master. No matter the cost, we must find that brat even if we have to turn the sky upside down. Xing Feng was unable to restrain his anger. He was truly angry. He had compromised with Su Yingtian and temporarily had a truce with Tang Jing. However, he did not expect this peace to be so fragile and broken so quickly. This heavy blow could be said to be a great humiliation. It was a heavy blow to the confidence of the Dragon Group members. Now, whenever the name Tang Jing was mentioned, a shadow would appear in their hearts. He was simply the Dragon Group's nightmare. "Yes, we will give chase." The 3 heavenly kings accepted the order. "No rush, first check the Tree of Life. This is the key." Xing Feng looked at the Tree of Life and did not find anything strange. Only then did he relax. After all, the Tree of Life was the most important thing. If he could find out the secret, then the weight in his hands would increase exponentially. The researchers also came down from the helicopter one after another. They carried all kinds of equipment, and quickly approached the Tree of Life. Bang, 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 muffled sounds of collision rang out one after another. Everyone found that the Tree of Life was just inches away, but they could not get any closer. A barrier of light appeared and completely enveloped the Tree of Life. "Ah!" Cries of surprise rang out from all directions. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. What was going on? How did this ghost light barrier appear? Everyone looked at each other, but no one knew the answer. Xing Feng was stunned for a moment. He was so angry that he stomped his feet and shouted, "It must be that brat's doing! What the hell is this thing? Hurry up and get rid of it!" The 3 heavenly kings jumped and directly attacked the light barrier in an attempt to destroy it. A series of muffled sounds rang out. Then, the 3 figures were quickly bounced back and landed on the yellow sand. They were battered and exhausted. The 3 of them did not know what to do. The strength of the attack just now was not small. It was enough to split open a stone. However, it did not damage the light barrier at all. It did not even tremble. Xing Feng was also a little dumbfounded. This was completely out of his expectations. However, he did not believe that he could not break this light barrier. If fists were not enough, then let's use high technology. "Missiles, get ready. Blast this damn thing away. Fire!" Xing Feng shouted into the earpiece. The helicopter hovering in the air immediately spat out a few flames. A few missiles whistled through the air toward the light barrier. Boom, boom, boom! A series of explosions caused flowers to bloom on the light barrier. The sparks were more dazzling than the eye. To use a fashionable phrase to describe the result, however, it was useless. F***ck. 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 Chapter 626. In a small town on the edge of the desert, Tang Jing and Yan Qingyi parted ways. Yan Qingyi already knew that Tang Jing was going to meet Tian Chanzi. She was also curious about Tian Chanzi. However, she still did not follow him. Her relationship with Tang Jing was not that close. Moreover, she was in a hurry to return to the capital to report what she had seen and heard to her father. Especially what Tang Jing had done, there was no doubt that this was bound to dispel the Yan family's worries and make the Yan family more closely stick to Tang Jing without reservation. After parting ways, Tang Jing and Marshall were not in a hurry to leave the town. This was because Marshall was in too sorry of a state. He was covered in smoke and fire, as if he had just walked out of a fire. He had to buy her a set of clothes and pack a little before they could set off. After choosing a clothing store, the two of them walked in and chose a set of clothes. Wu entered the fitting room to change, while Tang Jing stood outside in boredom, observing the pedestrians. Ah! Suddenly a scream came from the fitting room. Tang Jing's heart trembled. Without hesitation, he turned around and rushed to the fitting room. This place was too close to the desert. Maybe the dragon group's pursuers would arrive, and Marshall's hands were injured, so her strength was greatly reduced. Hearing her screams, Tang Jing obviously could not sit idly by. Bang! Sent, the door of the fitting room could not stop Tang Jing at all. He rushed in, and the white scene jumped into his eyes. Ah, what are you doing here? Marshall was dumbstruck as he stared blankly at the uninvited guest. She was completely naked, and her slim figure was unreservedly displayed in front of Tang Jing. I'm sorry. Tang Jing quickly apologized. It seemed that he was too nervous and made a mistake. She was not in any danger at all. However, the scenery was indeed too alluring. He hurriedly wanted to retreat, but he put his foot back down and stared straight at her chest. What are you looking at? Wu Qi blushed and covered his chest with his hands, but a lot of scenery still leaked into Tang Deng's vision. Although the two of them already had skin-to-skin contact and were no strangers to each other's bodies, being stared at by her in broad daylight like this, Marshall was still not used to it. Very not used to it. Take your hand away, Tang Jing said. You! Shameless! Marshall thought that he was going to do something that would anger both men and gods, and couldn't help but grit his teeth. Even if she was not injured, she was not a match for Tang Jing. If he used force, she would not be able to resist. This was the fitting room. There were people outside. Even a deaf person could hear what was happening inside. This could be considered a live broadcast. Wu was so ashamed that she was unable to show her face. Her cheeks were as hot as burning iron, but her hands were firmly protecting her chest, making a final desperate resistance. Tang Jing frowned, and with lightning speed, he grabbed her arm, and with a sudden force, Wu's hands were moved to the side. Immediately, her bare chest appeared in front of Tang Jing's eyes, without the slightest bit of obstruction. Wu was powerless to resist, his legs went soft, and he gasped for breath. Using the last of his strength, he bit his lips and scolded. You bastard! What are you thinking about? Tang Jing said snappily. Look at the wound on your chest. Tang Jing pointed at the wound in the center of his chest. It was like a big mouth, incomparably ugly, completely destroying the alluring scenery without restraint. Wu Qi looked down, and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Just now, when she was taking off her clothes, she discovered this wound. The wound was tightly attached to her clothes, and when she suddenly took off her clothes, the skin of the wound stuck to her clothes and was taken off, completely exposing the wound. The tearing pain caused her to involuntarily scream. It was this pitiful cry that attracted Tang Jing to barge in. It was when Tang Jing saw this wound that he stopped. The wound was black and red, a mixture of smoke and blood. Don't move, I'll clean your wound, otherwise it will be troublesome if it gets infected, Tang Jing said seriously as he fixed her body with one hand. At this moment, his eyes were incomparably clear, without the slightest trace of distracting thoughts, only concern. A warm current flowed through Wu's heart. She wanted to sternly refuse, but when the words reached her mouth, she couldn't say it. She could only obediently stay motionless. Tang Jing took out medicine from his spatial ring to clean her wound. When the cold medicine touched the wound, she suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air, and the pain made her tremble violently. Bear with it, it'll be fine in a while. Tang Jing comforted her softly. Wu Qi quickly clenched his teeth, lowered his eyes, and watched as his hands slid across his chest, carefully cleaning the wound. The black blood mixed with the medicine was washed clean, revealing the bright red muscles inside. It was a shocking sight. Tang Deng's expression was focused. His gaze did not linger on the two sides of the impressive scenery, but instead focused on the wound. After a while, the wound was clear. Tang Jing took out the ointment and applied it to her. Only then did he take a deep breath and stop. It'll be fine when the wound scars. Scar? Wu Qi's expression tightened. His gaze couldn't help but fall on his hands. That pair of slender white hands had already been confirmed to have scars. Could it be that there would also be scars on his chest? Any woman would have a desire to protect her own body. It was like a flawless blue and white porcelain with a little flaw, causing people to sigh. The scar on her chest was not a little flaw, it would greatly damage the scenery. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to bear to look at her chest in the future, let alone other men, such as Tang Zhem. What am I thinking about? How could I let him see it? She quickly denied this idea, and couldn't help but feel a little flustered. I'll think of a way to deal with this scar in the future. There will always be a way. Tang Jing also felt that leaving this scar would greatly damage the scenery, so he comforted her. Marshall did not comment. He turned his gaze and immediately discovered that Tang Jing's gaze was on both sides of his chest. She was both embarrassed and angry. She scolded in a low voice. Get out! With a push of his elbow, he knocked Tang Jing out. He quickly used his body to block the door, his heart pounding. Tang Jing laughed involuntarily. He rubbed his nose resentfully and muttered. It's not like I haven't seen it before. Why are you hiding it? When he raised his head, he discovered that everyone was looking at him with strange gazes. Many men even gave Tang Jing a "Bro, you're awesome" smirk. Damn, I've been misunderstood. I haven't done anything bad. Damn, I've suffered a huge loss. A moment later, Marshall walked out neatly dressed. When he noticed that everyone was looking at him strangely, he immediately understood that they had misunderstood. However, this matter was not easy to explain, so he glared at Tang Jing hatefully. Tang Jing chuckled and pretended not to see it. He shamelessly paid the bill while Marshall had already rushed out of the clothing store, unwilling to endure those strange gazes. What are you dawdling for? Seeing Tang Jing come out, Marshall grumbled in annoyance. Tang Jing chuckled and said, We're not in a hurry, so why are we in such a hurry? Let's go, where are we going? Abroad. Tang Jing snapped his fingers and said. Of course, he couldn't openly leave the country. Instead, he had to sneak out of the country. For ordinary people, this was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, but for these two daring fellows, it wasn't difficult at all. 2 days later, Tang Jing stood on the land of a foreign country. This was a small country on the southwest border of Huaxia. Its economy was backward, and all kinds of powers were mixed together. It was not a safe area. Of course, this was relatively speaking. It was not safe for others, but for Tang Jing, it was a paradise. This was a place where strength was respected, and the law was not very useful here. As long as your fist was hard enough and your strength was strong enough, you were the boss. In this season, Huaxia was still cold, but this area was already very hot. The air was humid, and it was not very comfortable. The two of them crossed the mountains and finally saw a muddy road. There was a lot of rain in this area, and these mountain roads were all dirt roads, leaving behind tire grooves for cars to drive through. The witch clan was still a few hundred kilometers away from here. Back then, after they escaped from the 10,000 mountains, they were worried that the military would chase after them, so they deliberately escaped further away from the border before settling down. Let's find a car first. Tang Jing decided on a strategy, so he followed the road. This was the first time Wu had gone abroad, so he did not look around. Although the mountains and rivers were not much different from Huaxia, there was still a sense of novelty. You're really smart to hide the witch clan in this foreign country, Wu Zan said. This was a place where one could attack or retreat. In fact, if one really couldn't do anything, they could even run away. Not far away, there was a large river that connected to the sea. One could directly go to the sea or cross the border from other countries to reach many countries. In short, this chaotic area contained many possibilities. Back then, Tang Jing was worried about the officials' attitude towards him and the witch clan, which was why he made such a plan. However, for the time being, he did not need to take this step. Of course, he also understood that this time, he had poked at the sore spot of the dragon group. Xing Feng would definitely not sit idly by. Perhaps after returning home, he would face a lot of trouble. But today, how could he care about all this? There were so many lice that he was not afraid of itch. He and the dragon group were in a life and death situation. The power of the martial sect only radiates to Huaxia. If master and mistress brought people here, it would not be easy for the martial sect to find trouble with them. Wu muttered to himself. Tang Jing's heart moved, and he asked, "How are they?" Ever since Lan Yu left, the two sides had not contacted each other. This was because Lan Yu knew about Tang Gang's conflicting emotions and did not dare to contact him directly. Wu looked at him in surprise, as if the sun had risen from the west. He actually took the initiative to care about his master and mistress. Tang Jing felt uncomfortable being stared at by her, and said, "If you don't want to say it, then don't say it." With that, he hurriedly buried his head in his journey. Wu glared at her and said, "Every time I contact mistress, she would ask about your situation, but you never asked about her. This time, you finally found your conscience. If you want to know how they are doing, you can contact them directly when you return home." "Humph, I'm not contacting him." Tang Jing turned his head and stubbornly said. How could the grudge in his heart be so easily eliminated? Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 627. As the gunshots came closer, Tang Jing and Marshall immediately stopped in their tracks. However, they were not in a hurry to hide. Instead, they stretched their necks to look around. A car suddenly rushed out from the bend in the road ahead. It was very fast, swaying left and right, as if it could fall off the cliff at any time. There were many bullet holes on the car, like ugly scars. Moreover, there were many dents on the car, making it look very miserable. A submachine gun stuck out of the window and fired crazily behind them. Several cars sped out from the bend and rushed straight at the car in front of them. The bullets just happened to hit these cars, making clanging sounds. "What's going on?" Marshall asked curiously. "Chase. What should we do? This must be a local power struggle. We don't need to get involved. It's more important to hurry," Tang Jing said in a deep voice. Even though they said that, the two of them did not dodge at all. Instead, they continued to move forward, heading towards these cars. This was not the reaction of an ordinary person, but the two of them were bold. It was only a few guns, so they did not put them in their eyes. In an instant, the distance between the two sides closed. The pursuers behind them also kept shooting. Bullets flew in the air. The rain of bullets caused many flowers and plants on the side of the road to be affected. Tang Jing and Marshall faced the rain of bullets, but they were calm and composed. It was as if a cool breeze had blown past. They did not have the slightest reaction, and their footsteps did not change in the slightest. Of course, in the eyes of ordinary people, this was simply stupid to the point of death. Whiz! The car in front of them sped past them. Tang Jing glanced sideways and saw 4 people sitting in the car. In the front row was a driver and a gunman. Behind them sat an old man and a short-haired youth. The youth also subconsciously turned his head to look at the stranger on the side of the road. Coincidentally, his eyes met with Tang Jing's. This young man is so delicate and pretty. His skin is not as dark as the people here. It is just that he is slightly thin and does not seem to have much strength. Only. His eyes were already filled with despair. The old man had a white beard. He was rather dignified and had the bearing of a superior. Tang Jing said. It seemed that his guess was right. This was definitely a battle between two powers. The old man's side had obviously lost, so they were being chased by their enemies. The people here were very particular about cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots to prevent future troubles. These two people had no chance of surviving today. He sighed in his heart, but he did not intend to make a move. This was the law of the jungle in this area. The winner was king, and the loser was a bandit. As an outsider, he did not intend to break this law. Moreover, he did not have the ability to do so. This was almost the universal law of the world. It was just that here, it was even more unbridled and vivid. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets hit the back of the car and sparks flew, but Tang Jing didn't even blink. He quickly retracted his gaze. There were 3 cars chasing after them, and they were very imposing. Black muzzles popped out of the car windows, and the triggers were quickly pulled. The muzzles spat out flames. Whoosh! The car at the front drove past the two of them. A few unfriendly gazes shot out from inside, like wolves in the forest, fiercely staring at the two passers-by. The second car also drove past the two of them. When the third car drove past, a gun suddenly changed direction and aimed at Tang Jing. His eyes burned with unbridled madness. In addition, the other party was greedily looking at Wu. Without a doubt, a woman's beauty was the biggest dangerous factor here. A beauty of Wu's level was extremely rare in this place. It could be said that she was the best of the best. The people in the car stared at Wu. They almost didn't need to think before they made a decision: kill this man and steal this woman. Therefore, the muzzle of the gun was aimed at Tang Jing, and mercilessly pulled the trigger. Of course, Tang Jing saw the other party's reaction. His originally calm expression immediately turned cold. He slipped and easily dodged the bullet. The other party immediately revealed a look of surprise. He thought that the other party was just lucky, so he angrily roared a few words. Immediately, the other people in the car immediately turned their guns and aimed at Tang Jing, determined to kill him. Humph, reckless! Tang Jing originally didn't care, but the other party actually wanted to kill him, which touched his bottom line. He didn't care who the other party was or what kind of power they had. Since they dared to provoke him, they had to be mentally prepared to be killed. Whiz! His figure flashed, and like a berserk tiger, he rushed out. The other party's bullet missed again, and when they wanted to turn the muzzle of the gun, they found that the delicate and pretty man had already arrived in front of them. A huge fist appeared in their field of vision. This fist seemed to carry an unstoppable force as it fiercely struck the car. Bang! With a muffled sound, the car quickly caved in. Cracks spread from the center of the fist in all directions, like a spider web. The car's forward momentum came to an abrupt halt as it flew horizontally and hit the mountain wall on the inner side of the road. With a loud bang, the car almost fell apart, and all 4 wheels were directly sent flying into the sky. The people in the car were dizzy and saw stars. They screamed loudly and awkwardly got out of the car and shouted loudly at Tang Jing. However, Tang Jing couldn't understand the other party's language, so he could only stare at them. Seeing that they didn't win the slightest verbal victory, the few people didn't talk nonsense anymore. They pointed their guns at Tang Jing and started to shoot. But the next second, where did he go? The few people found that the other party disappeared, leaving only the beautiful woman not far away looking at them calmly. Her eyes were cold, as if she was looking at a dead person. The sound of something breaking through the air came from behind. Before the few people had time to react, they felt the world spin and they were already in the air, falling straight down the cliff. Ah! The screams resounded through the mountains and fields, and then disappeared in an instant. After effortlessly taking care of these blind fellows, Tang Jing clapped his hands and turned his head to look. The two cars of pursuers had already forced the target car to stop. Both sides were shooting at each other from a distance. Bullets flew everywhere, extremely intense. The pursuers also discovered that one of their cars had encountered an accident. Some of them turned around and glared at Tang Jing, arrogant and filled with killing intent. "What are you going to do?" Marshall asked. Tang Jing sighed and said, "I was prepared to be a passerby, but since the other party is courting death, then don't blame me. If we don't make a move, when they finish off the target, they will definitely not hesitate to point their guns at us." Marshall chuckled in high spirits. Facing these killings, she would feel excited, and her cells would cheer. Of course, this little bit of killing was completely unable to stir her nerves. It was just a pastime after a meal. After all, the journey had been too peaceful, and he was not used to it. "Femme fatale, it's all because of your face." Tang Jing deliberately dragged out his voice and sighed. Wu raised her eyebrows and said, "Looks are natural, how can you blame me?" Tang Jing shrugged his shoulders and said, "If I don't blame you, then I can only blame them." "Since that's the case, then kill them all," Wu said calmly, but it was precisely this calmness that caused people to tremble. As expected, Marshall was still that Marshall. She did not change her personality just because she was by Tang Jing's side. She was still decisive in killing, and her blood was filled with killing and violence. "Then let's do it. I'm an injured person. Do you want me to do it?" Marshall raised his hand and waved it, asking. After experiencing the long journey of these 2 days, the awkwardness in the fitting room seemed to have disappeared on the surface. The two of them had returned to their previous state. Tang Jing shrugged his shoulders, smiled, and swaggered towards the location of the battle. The pursuers immediately discovered this uninvited guest. Just now, they were in the car and did not clearly see how Tang Jing dealt with their accomplices, so they did not know how powerful Tang Jing was. Of course, these bloodthirsty fellows could still determine that this was a ruthless character. Therefore, before Tang Jing could even get close, someone had already shot at him. However, the marksmanship was a bit unsatisfactory. Tang Jing did not need to dodge at all. The bullets were still far away from him. He walked towards the other party with a calm expression, completely ignoring the whistling bullets. However, this calm and composed demeanor had already stunned the pursuers. Immediately, they shouted loudly, and judging from their expressions and tone, it was definitely not something good. The two sides closed the distance, and the other party's accuracy finally increased by a lot. Many bullets were aimed straight at Tang Jing's body. Tang Jing could no longer stroll around, but in the eyes of the other party, his reaction was almost the same as strolling around. He only gently twisted his body or moved his steps, nimbly dodging the bullets. Not long after, he arrived in front of the other party. The dozen or so pursuers actually forgot to shoot for a moment as they stared at him with their mouths agape. They had never seen this kind of ability before. It was simply like a ghost or god. However, these people who killed without blinking never believed in ghosts and gods. Even if the other party was really a ghost or god, they would not hesitate to kill him. After a brief moment of shock, a dozen or so guns fired at Tang Jing together. At this time, they did not care about their original target. Tang Jing leapt like a rabbit and swooped like a falcon, shuttling through the crowd. Ping ping ping, the sound of gunfire continued to ring out, but the shooter quickly discovered that his gun was not aimed at the target, but at his companion. He watched helplessly as his accomplice fell under the muzzle of his gun. It was too strange. Finally, someone could not withstand this test and broke down. He shouted and rushed into the car, trying to start the car and escape. However, the road ahead was blocked by the car, so he could only retreat. However, Tang Jing was standing in the middle of the road, so the car roared crazily and crashed into Tang Jing. Tang Jing slowly stretched out a hand. Bang! With a violent crash, the car hit Tang Jing's palm, and the rear of the car immediately caved in. The wheels kept turning, but it could not go back. Hee hee, So impatient. Are you in a hurry to be reincarnated? Then I'll fulfill your wish. Tang Jing leaped up and sent a flying kick, fiercely kicking the car. Whoosh! Chapter 628. The others were already stunned and ran away. Tang Jing's figure flashed as he grabbed a few people by their collars and threw them off the cliff to accompany their companions. One of them ran the fastest, and had already run in front of Marshall. Although the opponent was a stunning beauty, he was not in the mood to appreciate it. But his eyes immediately lit up with the flame of hope. Since he was not this person's opponent, then he would grab this woman as a hostage. This way he could definitely save his life. The gun's bullets were already empty, so he pulled out a dagger and directly grabbed Marshall's arm, wanting to hold her hostage. However, this move actually missed. His elbow was hit by a powerful force and suddenly bent. Puff! The dagger quickly and accurately pierced his heart, while his own hand was still tightly holding onto the dagger. He stared at this scene dumbfoundedly, almost unable to believe his eyes. How could he be so stupid, stabbing himself? Suddenly he raised his head and saw the beautiful woman's cold eyes. Only then did he realize that the other party was not a weak sheep but a beautiful snake. Of course, this could only be his last thought in his life. Marshall did not even look at the other party's limp body. Instead, she looked at Tang Jing. Their eyes met, and Tang Jing gave her a thumbs up. Marshall did not move and walked straight to him and asked, "What should we do?" "Let's go. The trouble has been solved." Tang Jing naturally would not stay. From beginning to end, the two of them did not look at the situation of the car in front of them because they really did not plan to pay attention to it. This kind of thing was too normal in this place. The two of them lifted their legs and walked away. Suddenly, an old and weak voice came from behind. "The two of you, wait a moment." It was actually Huaxia language. Huh! Tang Jing stopped in his tracks. Being in a foreign country, hearing the local accent, he felt a sense of familiarity. So he turned around and walked towards the other party. He saw that the car was already riddled with holes. Blood flowed down the seams of the car. The two people in the front seat were already shot to death. The old man in the back seat was dying. His body was also dyed red with blood. The young man was biting his lips and nestled beside the old man. He was unharmed. However, it was obvious that he was not in his best condition. It was obvious that he was scared. When the old man saw the two of them walking over, he tried to sit up straight, but it affected his wound. He couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Tang Jing pressed on his shoulder and advised, "Don't move. I'll check your injuries." The old man shook his head and said, "I know my own body best. I can't do it anymore." Tang Jing sighed. That was indeed the case. "Are you from Huaxia?" The old man stared at Tang Jing and asked. "Yes." Tang Jing didn't hide anything from a dying man. The old man raised his head and looked into the distance. It was the direction of Huaxia. He sighed faintly and said, "Huaxia, the hometown you can't go back to." Tang Jing's heart skipped a beat as he asked, "Are you also from Huaxia?" The old man bitterly smiled and said, "I am just a lonely ghost. I don't know if I can still be considered as a Huaxia person." Tang Jing knew that he must have been a Huaxia person in the past. Moreover, he was a person with a story. It was just that he didn't know why he left his hometown and came to this land. Tang Jing couldn't help but feel a sense of closeness. However, if he knew that he was a Huaxia person, perhaps Tang Jing would have taken action earlier. But this was fate. It couldn't be forced. "I'm going to die. Hero, can you save my grandson?" the old man asked expectantly. "He's not injured." "Don't worry." Tang Jing comforted him. "No, although he's not injured, but without me, he'll be hunted down by his enemies. Please take him with you. He'll only be safe if he's by your side. We'll definitely repay you," the old man sincerely begged. Tang Jing laughed involuntarily. "You're about to die. How can you repay me?" However, Looking at the old man's sincere eyes and the helpless young man, he couldn't help but feel a little soft-hearted. If he was in China, he would still be in junior high school at this age. It would still be a carefree age. However, he had already experienced the baptism of war and the separation of life and death. He was really pitiful. Tang Jing couldn't help but think of his own situation. He also thought of his grandfather. He and his grandfather depended on each other. However, this young man was even more pitiful than himself. Even his grandfather was about to leave him. He was moved by compassion, so he nodded and said, "Old man, don't worry. I'm here. I'll protect him." "Thank you, thank you." Although the old man didn't know Tang Jing's background, nor did he see the battle between Tang Jing and those people just now, judging from the sound, he knew that this person was very strong. That was why he could get rid of the pursuers so easily. Now, his grandson needed the protection of such a strong person to survive in this area. "But I won't be here for long. I'll go back to China." Tang Jing suddenly realized the problem. "No matter how you arrange him, I have no objections." The old man was not picky. Since that was the case, Tang Jing couldn't refuse. The old man took the young man's hand and said something again. It was the local language, not Huaxia language. The young man began to sob. He hugged the old man's arm and began to mumble something in his mind. The old man stroked the young man's hair, comforted him, and then sternly warned him. Then, he placed the young man's hand in Tang Jing's palm and said seriously, "Warrior, I'll leave Qianyu to you. Qianyu, from now on, you have to listen to him. Do you understand? You have to live well. Our Ling family doesn't have a single coward." The young man looked at Tang Jing with teary eyes and nodded. "Old man, don't worry," Tang Jing said. The old man smiled. Suddenly his arm slid down from the young man's head. He slowly closed his eyes and lost all signs of life. "Grandfather." The young man threw himself on the old man's body and wailed. Tang Jing let out a long sigh and walked away with Marshall, giving the young man some time alone. A moment later, footsteps sounded behind the two of them. They turned around and saw the young man walking over. His tears had been wiped away and there was a trace of tenacity in his eyes. He was not an ordinary person. If it was an ordinary person, how could they walk out from their grief so quickly? This person was clearly much stronger than his peers. "Can you help me bury my grandfather?" the young man calmly asked. "You're called Ling Qianyu?" Tang Jing asked. The young man nodded and asked, "Can I?" "No problem." Tang Jing carried the old man, the driver, and the gunman out and went to a nearby mountain and said, "Here it is. The scenery is not bad." Ling Qianyu nodded in agreement. "I'll dig it myself." Ling Qianyu used a piece of cloth that Tang Jing tore off and stubbornly dug the soil. She bit her lips and the pupils in her eyes became more intense. However, she resisted and did not shed a single tear. Tang Jing quickly dug 2 holes to bury the other 2 people. Ling Qianyu just finished digging the grave. He struggled to carry his grandfather and gently placed him in the grave. He said in a low voice, "Grandfather, Qianyu will be strong. Qianyu will definitely take revenge for you." Then, he covered his grandfather with soil. Not long after, a small grave was covered. Ling Qianyu knelt in front of the grave and heavily kowtowed 3 times without saying a word. "Let's go." "Where are we going next?" Tang Jing sighed and asked. Ling Qianyu stared at Tang Jing and said, "Wherever you go, I will go." "Do you have any relatives?" Shaking his head. "Then do you have a place you want to go?" Shaking his head. "Don't you want revenge?" Ling Qianyu's eyes finally had a trace of fluctuation, flickering with the sparks of hatred. She nodded and said, "Yes, I want revenge." "Then take me to find your enemy. I will help you to the end." Unexpectedly, Ling Qianyu immediately shook her head. Her eyes were firm as she said unquestionably, "I want to take revenge for myself. I don't want to borrow the hands of others." "Haha, you really have a backbone." Tang Jing laughed involuntarily and nodded approvingly. This kid's tenacity was to his liking. "But I don't know anything. I'm too weak." so I need your protection. However, I will remember this kindness. Grandfather taught me since I was young that a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. I will repay you double in the future. Tang Jing shook his head. From the moment I promised your grandfather, I didn't expect anything in return. As long as you live well, it will be the best filial piety to your grandfather, and the greatest repayment to me. Ling Qian neither agreed nor disagreed, but his pair of large eyes explained everything. His heart definitely still held on to his own view, and was not moved by Tang Zheng's words. Tang Zheng's fiery golden eyes obviously saw through it, but he did not say anything. After all, everyone had their own set of principles and could not be forced. Grandfather said that you are an expert. Can you teach me martial arts? This way I can take revenge. She stared straight at Tang Zheng and asked. Martial arts, it's not impossible. However, I will not casually teach people martial arts. But I feel that when the time is right, I will naturally teach you. Tang Zheng said. I can wait. Ling Qianyu nodded heavily. She did not have the slightest complaint. She only had confidence that came from the depths of her soul. Marshall had been silently observing Ling Qianyu and suddenly said, He is a good seedling to learn martial arts. Tang Jing laughed involuntarily. How could he not see it? But the evil aura on his body was too strong. Rashly learning martial arts was not a good thing. In a rush for success, it was possible for him to go berserk. That would be counterproductive. Ling Qianyu did not show any joy because of this praise. Instead, she had a calm face. Just like she said, she could wait. She could wait until Tang Jing felt that the time was right. Let's go. Let's go. It's almost dark, Tang Jing said. The three of them climbed over the mountain and saw a small town in the distance. Tonight, let's go to that town and rest for a night. Ling Qianyu wanted to say something but hesitated. If you have something to say, then say it. I don't have that many rules here. Tang Jing looked at her and said, That is the territory of my enemy. What, you don't dare to go? Tang Jing deliberately provoked her. Chapter 629. The town was bustling with noise, completely unlike the quiet beauty of Huaxia's Jiangnan town. It was dirty, messy, and poor. Tang Jing and the other two leisurely walked in and found that there were many Westerners here, clearly tourists. Not far away, signs of hotels, casinos, and nightclubs came into view. These signs also had Huaxia characters. Obviously, there were many Huaxia tourists here. Tang Jing had seen some historical information before. In the war of the last century, many Huaxia troops eventually fled here and took root here. Therefore, Huaxia was one of the main languages here. Although small, it has all the essentials. But I wonder who has the guts to come here and spend money. Tang Jing shook his head. It was hard to imagine. You are wrong. This place receives many tourists every year. Whether it is Huaxia people or Westerners, there are many who come here. Although there are all kinds of people here, they will not attack tourists because tourists are one of the sources of income. No one will be so ignorant as to break the rules here. Ling Qianyu heard this and refuted without hesitation. Tang Jing raised his eyebrows and said, Then why did those people shoot at me for no reason? Ling Qianyu said without hesitation, This rule is only valid in the town. Outside the town is a lawless area. Not many people will follow this rule. After pausing for a moment, he pointed at a few buses in the distance and said, Look at those buses over there. These tourists came here on these special buses. There are armed guards on the buses, so no one will attack the buses. Oh, so there are so many ways. I still don't think this place has anything to do with tourism. Tang Jing disagreed. There was no beautiful scenery here, nor was there a comfortable environment. He really did not know what these people were doing here. Ling Qianyu shook her head and said, As long as you have money, you can enjoy the treatment of an emperor here. Money means everything. You can even buy a life. Look at those people over there. They are mercenaries. When they are on vacation, they like to come here. This can be considered their paradise. Gambling, drugs, women, everything. Tang Jing looked up. Those few strong and powerful men indeed had the smell of iron and blood. They had experienced the tempering of blood. Most of these people were hedonists. Once they had money, they would spend it. This place was indeed suitable for them. Are you afraid of being recognized? Wu asked curiously. No, because no one here has seen me before, Ling Qianyu said confidently. Tang Jing laughed involuntarily. No wonder you're not afraid at all. Ling Qianyu stopped and stared at Tang Jing and said, I am not afraid not because of this, but because of you. You will protect me. Tang Jing was slightly startled. This little brat really has a lot of confidence in me. However, when he heard that the people here did not recognize him, it was out of Tang Geng's expectations. Your home is here. Could it be that you have never shown yourself before? My home is not here. This is just a small town near the border, Ling Qianyu explained. All right, take us to a hotel. Although Ling Qianyu had never been here before, she still found a hotel with ease. The innkeeper also knew a few simple Huaxia words. After a simple exchange, she opened 3 rooms. The conditions of the hotel were not bad. There were all kinds of furniture, and most of them were branded goods. However, many of them were products of Huaxia. After tidying up, it was already dark. The 3 of them went downstairs to eat. While eating, Tang Jing carefully observed his surroundings. Guns were everywhere, and many people had guns on them. He actually saw that there were guns hidden behind the cashier. There are so many guns. No wonder this place is always so chaotic. Guns are banned in Huaxia. If someone bought a gun here and smuggled it back to the country, it would not be too difficult. Ling Qianyu looked at him approvingly and said, You are right. Many fugitives in Huaxia buy guns here and then sneak back to the country. F***ck. Tang Jing rolled his eyes speechlessly. He had guessed correctly. Since you are here, why don't you go and experience the projects here? Ling Qianyu asked. I am not interested in these. Tang Jing smiled and said. They finished eating and were about to return to the hotel. Suddenly, Tang Jing stopped and stared at a figure in the distance. Hey, why does this figure look so familiar? The other party walked straight into a nearby nightclub and disappeared from Tang Jing's sight. It was very fresh to see an acquaintance in this place. No matter what, he had to investigate clearly. Thus, he warned, You guys go back to the hotel first. I have something to do first. Wu Xiu raised her eyebrows and looked in the direction of Tang Deng's gaze. She immediately frowned and ridiculed. Humph, just now you righteously said that you weren't interested. So it turns out that your mouth doesn't match your heart. Seeing this kind of place, you can't walk away. Obviously, she had misunderstood Tang Jing and thought that he wanted to go to the nightclub to play. Tang Jing laughed involuntarily, but did not explain further. He directly walked towards the entrance of the nightclub. The footsteps behind followed closely behind. Tang Jing had no choice but to stop. He turned around and looked at Wu and said, You are a woman. You even go to this kind of place? Why can't I go? Marshall said disapprovingly. Are you sure you know what's inside? Isn't it the dirty business of you men? If you swagger in like this, others will think you are an alien. Why should I care what others think? Tang Jing said without a care. Ling Qianyu also followed like a little tail. Tang Jing was unable to persuade Wu Xiu, but he could not let Ling Qianyu go back to the hotel alone. That would be too dangerous. Fine. Since you don't mind, then let's go together. It's not like I'm the one who has to endure those gazes. Tang Jing shrugged and said indifferently. Thus, an interesting scene appeared at the entrance of the nightclub. A man with a beautiful woman and a youth swaggered in. Whoosh! The busybodies immediately whistled loudly and grinned at the 3 of them. The security guard at the entrance of the nightclub glanced at the 3 of them. In the end, he did not stop the business and let the 3 of them in. Wu was like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. She kept looking around. Although she was strong, she did not have much experience in the secular world. There were many places she had not been to, such as this kind of place. On the other hand, Ling Qianyu was calm and composed. She did not show the slightest difference. Tang Jing was more and more certain that this kid's position in the family was not ordinary. His knowledge was not bad. However, bringing a 10-year-old child to this kind of place was really a sin. It could be considered a bad influence on a minor. Tang Jing suppressed the messy thoughts in his mind. His eyes kept looking around. However, that familiar figure had disappeared. Where did he go? Tang Jing frowned. The three of them found a booth in the hall and sat down. It was convenient for them to observe. On the stage, there was a reality show. As for the content of the show, cough cough, it was a bit unsuitable for children. It was actually a striptease. The dancer's clothes had already been taken off. The upper half of her body was covered with a transparent white thin shirt. The lower half of her body was covered with a small pair of underwear. Her long and slender legs were completely exposed to the air, and her black high-heeled boots accentuated her long legs to the fullest. The sharp whistling sound did not stop. The air was filled with strong hormones. Shameless. Marshall coldly evaluated. Ling Qianyu said as if this was a common occurrence. This kind of place is like this. Otherwise, how can it attract guests? Marshall glanced at him and said, You men are indeed not good things. Even so small, and you have this kind of thinking. Don't attack other people's children. They are still the sun at 7 or 8 in the morning. This is too hurtful to other people's self-esteem. Tang Jing advised. It's okay. People who live in this area, if they can't adapt to these things, they are destined to not live long. Ling Qianyu said as if it was not a big deal. Tang Jing could not help but have a whole new level of respect for him. He originally thought that he was a spoiled and obedient child. It turned out that he was wrong. In this kind of area, how could a child who grew up in this kind of family be an obedient child like an ordinary person? In this kind of life and death situation, she had to stand firmly by Tang Deng's side. Seeing that she was indifferent, Tang Jing was secretly anxious. This stupid woman, why was she putting up a strong front at such a critical moment? Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Tang Jing, today is the day you die, the demon god coldly said. Tang Jing snorted coldly, not saying anything. However, he muttered in his heart. Logically speaking, if the demon god fell into the hands of the multiform star sovereign, it would be impossible for him to escape so easily. But what was he doing here? This was not the 100,000 mountains. Demon god, don't boast so shamelessly. You have already fled to this remote and desolate place. What else is there to be proud of? Tang Jing deliberately provoked. Nonsense, how am I escaping? I'm here on official business. The demon god was indeed tricked. He was extremely proud in his heart. How could he endure being looked down upon by a mere human? Hearing that, Tang Jing's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, What business? You brat, you actually want to trick me? I almost fell for your trick. Humph, you're about to die, yet you still have so many thoughts. The demon god immediately reacted as if he had awoken from a dream, and said in disdain, There are so many people here, are you going to make a move in public? Tang Jing asked without fear. Are you trying to escape? I'll see what tricks you can play today. I don't want to make a move here either. After all, this is my territory. The demon god said. Your territory? Of course, but don't even think about finding out more information. I'm very happy to see you become a confused ghost. Tang Jing had no choice but to protect Wu and Ling Qianyu as they walked out of the door. At the same time, he warned in a low voice, When we start fighting later, the two of you should immediately escape, understand? I'm not leaving. I promised Master and Mistress that I would definitely protect you. I've never been a deserter. Wu replied without hesitation. Tang Jing was so anxious that he wanted to stomp his feet, and said hatefully, Are you stupid? Do you want to die with me? If you die, I'll die with you. Marshall's tone was still resolute. Tang Jing was speechless. Why was this woman so stubborn? If he was lucky enough to survive this time, he would definitely teach her a lesson in the future. Ling Qianyu was still expressionless as she followed Tang Jing step by step. Tang Jing glanced at him and said in a low voice, "Qianyu, wait for an opportunity to escape later, do you understand? I can't do what I promised your grandfather. This person is my sworn enemy and is extremely powerful. I'm not his match, so you don't have the obligation to die with me." Ling Qianyu's calm eyes immediately flashed with a strange light. He looked at the demon god and said, "Just now, he said that this was his territory, which means that he is the real mastermind behind all of this. My grandfather's death is on his head, and he is my irreconcilable enemy. If you die, I won't have any hope of revenge, then what's the use of me living in this world?" F***ck. Tang Jing really wanted to curse out loud. How come these two people, one big and one small, were so stubborn and did not know how to turn around? Alright, since the two of you don't want to listen to my advice, then let's leave it to fate. If we really die, then we'll have one more companion on the road to the Yellow Springs. Tang Jing had no choice but to do this. The few of them walked out of the nightclub and arrived at an empty forest behind the house. The demon god dismissed the others, leaving only the four of them. "Are you done muttering? You're about to die, yet you still have so much nonsense to say. If you have anything to say, then say it on the road to the Yellow Springs," the demon god said with a murderous aura. Tang Jing snorted and immediately assumed a battle stance. The War Soul sword was already tightly gripped in his hands. The demon god's eyes lit up, he stared at the War Soul sword and said, "Brat, your life is really good, you actually have a heaven-level magic treasure." As he spoke, a light flashed in his hand and a magic treasure appeared. Magic Dragon Saber, a heaven-level magic treasure, a treasure that he had found in the prehistoric heavenly tomb. Tang Jing silently circulated his energy, adjusting his condition to its peak. His palms were already covered in cold sweat, but his expression did not change in the slightest as he stared at the demon god. "Die!" With a loud roar, the demon god launched his attack. The magic dragon saber released a dragon's roar and slashed towards Tang Dang's head. Poochie! The air had already been split apart by the blade, and the rippling ripples were directly split into two. The blade light was like the Milky Way falling from the nine heavens, with peerless power. Block! Tang Jing immediately used the Heaven's Flying Immortal Sword technique to block. Sparks flew in all directions as he staggered backwards. The opponent's attack was too powerful. Even though the Heaven's Flying Immortal Sword technique was extremely exquisite, it was still unable to disperse the power of the attack. The demon god laughed in ridicule. "This is just the appetizer, you can't do it. I was hoping that you could hold on for a while longer." Tang Jing clenched his teeth and rushed forward. He soared into the air and used the momentum of his descent to stab towards his opponent. Insignificant skill. The demon god curled his lips in disdain. He waved the magic dragon saber in the air and easily blocked Tang Jing's attack. Instead, he was like a kite with a broken string as he flew backwards in a sorry state and fell to the ground. Seeing that Tang Jing was no match for him, Wu's face turned ashen as he shouted angrily, "You are not allowed to hurt him." "Humph, I hate people from the martial sect the most." The demon god also recognized Wu and said with a cold, killing intent. With a wave of the magic dragon saber, the saber light immediately wrapped around Wu. Wu was already injured, and was not a match for the demon god. Facing such a fatal move, her attack immediately collapsed. "You are not allowed to hurt her." Seeing that she was about to lose her life under the blade, Tang Jing rushed forward again. This time, he gave up on the War Soul sword. The War Soul sword could not harm the demon god in the slightest, so he could only use the heaven-shocking bow and the shooting sun arrow. With a wing sound, the bowstring trembled and the shooting sun arrow left the bowstring. If the demon god insisted on killing Wu, then he would definitely be injured by the shooting sun arrow. He had seen the power of the shooting sun arrow before, so he did not dare to be careless. Therefore, he immediately raised his broadsword and blocked the shooting sun arrow with a ding-ding. Marshall escaped from death, but instead of retreating, he attacked again. You stupid woman! Tang Jing had no choice but to chase after him. So, 3 shooting sun arrows shot towards the demon god like a string of pearls. The demon god had no time to look around, he could only increase the distance between him and Wu, and use all his strength to deal with the shooting sun arrow. It had to be said that although the demon god's cultivation was several levels higher than Tang Gang's, the heaven-shocking bow and the shooting sun arrow's uniqueness still posed quite a threat to him. Let's see how many more arrows you have. However, the demon god did not panic. As long as he was on guard, this kind of divine weapon would not be able to do anything to him. Not long later, the shooting sun arrow was used up, and Tang Jing finally rushed to Wu's side. He grabbed her and threw her back, shouting, Go to the side, I'm not dead yet, I don't need your help, woman, just stay by the side peacefully. Wu staggered to the ground and was about to rush forward again, but he realized that Tang Jing was already fighting with the demon god. Without the shooting sun arrow, the divine weapon, Tang Jing's fighting strength was greatly reduced, and the War Soul Sword was no longer enough to deal with the demon god. Hee brat, use all of your moves. You brat, your life is really good. Your cultivation is not high, but you have such a high treasure. This time, I really got lucky, the demon god said enviously. Although his cultivation was high, he had only brought one magic treasure from the sky beyond heaven, and that was the blood blade. This demon dragon saber was something he had painstakingly found in the prehistoric heavenly tomb. In the cultivation world, magic treasure were also very rare, especially high-grade magic treasure. This was because there were very few weapon refiner in the cultivation world, and even fewer weapon refiners who could refine high-grade magic treasure. Tang Jing did not understand this very well. Although he had many divine weapons, he did not think that they were that amazing. But in the eyes of the demon god, he was simply a tycoon. Chapter 631. Staring at this violent dragon soul, Tang Jing suddenly felt a surge of warmth from the dragon mark on his forehead. Then, with an even louder dragon mark, the double-clawed golden dragon transformed into a golden light and rushed out of Tang Jing's forehead. This scene was too inconceivable. The demon god was stunned. He knew very well that the reason why the demon dragon saber was a heaven-level magic treasure was because it imprisoned the soul of a young dragon. Even with his life experience, he had never seen a real dragon. It was said that the real dragon had disappeared. However, the golden dragon in front of him was so lifelike that it made people feel fear. Although his aura was not weak and he was very confident, he still had an instinctive fear in the face of such a sacred creature. The double-clawed golden dragon grew in the wind. Before Tang Jing could use his power to control it, it had already swung its head and tailed towards the demon dragon saber. Boom! The golden dragon collided with the demon dragon saber, causing the demon dragon saber to tremble violently. The dragon's soul also let out a high-pitched cry. However, there was a sense of fear in this cry. As the owner of the demon dragon saber, the demon god naturally knew what this fear meant. In other words, the power of the demon dragon saber could not be used at all. What the hell? Why is there a golden dragon? The demon god cursed bitterly as he activated his true chi and roared. 111! The demon dragon saber tried to resist, but the double-clawed golden dragon had already wrapped around the saber body, making it unable to move. Even if the demon god tried to resist, it was useless. No, if this stalemate continues, the demon dragon saber will be destroyed. The demon god cursed, and immediately tried to put the demon dragon saber back into his summer pouch. However, no matter how he urged his power, the demon dragon saber was indifferent. The double-clawed golden dragon bound the demon dragon saber, making it impossible for it to escape. Tang Jing felt the excitement in the golden dragon's body. With a thought, he understood its intention. It wants to devour the dragon's soul in the demon dragon saber. Although he did not know why the golden dragon had such a reaction, since it had such a strong desire, Tang Jing could not just stand by and watch. Thus, he tapped the tip of his foot and controlled the war soul to stab the demon god, leaving him no time to deal with the demon dragon's saber. Tang Jing, you're courting death! The demon god flew into a rage and struck out with his palm. However, facing the war soul sword that could cut off hair, his palms were clearly at a disadvantage. With a few clashing sounds, the war soul sword and the demon god's palm clashed several times, forcing the demon god to stagger back, and the demon dragon blade almost slipped out of his hand. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the double-clawed golden dragon roared excitedly, and opened its mouth to bite the demon dragon's saber. Kacha! Its sharp teeth bit down on the blade, and a golden light poured out of the demon dragon blade and was absorbed into the golden dragon's body. Demon God was shocked and shouted, "What are you doing? My dragon soul!" The golden light that poured out was the dragon's soul, and it had been shattered by the golden dragon. In the blink of an eye, the golden light in the demon dragon knife had completely disappeared, and the light of the demon dragon knife immediately dimmed. The double-clawed golden dragon's body glowed with golden light, and it grew a few more meters in the blink of an eye, reaching a length of nearly 10 meters. No wonder the golden dragon is so excited. It turns out that after absorbing the dragon's soul, its strength can greatly increase. Tang Jing could clearly feel that the surging energy in the double-clawed golden dragon's body was becoming more and more powerful. The golden dragon soared into the sky, and the huge dragon god waved in the air, causing the demon god to retreat in shock. Roar! The golden dragon roared towards the sky, and the dragon's roar shook the surroundings. Whiz! The golden dragon's body flashed and disappeared into the war soul sword. Without a doubt, the feeling the war soul sword gave people was getting stronger and stronger. The demon god forgot to attack for a moment, as he stared blankly at the demon dragon's saber in his hand. Without the dragon's soul, it no longer lived up to its name, and it had turned from a heaven-level magic treasure into an ordinary weapon. Tang Jing did not give him the chance to be distracted, and waved the war soul sword to attack. Ka-cha! With a crisp sound, the demon dragon's saber was cut into two by the war soul sword. Tang Jing's eyes lit up, his confidence increased, and he chased after him. The demon god's eyes flashed with sadness. The demon dragon saber was a magic treasure that he had spent a lot of effort to obtain, but it was destroyed just like that. His eyes were red as he roared, "Tang Jing, you and I are irreconcilable enemies." As soon as his voice fell, his hair and beard spread out, as if he had gone mad, emitting a berserk aura. Whoosh whoosh, the demon god's feet stirred up wind as his body slowly rose into the air. Not long after, he stood in the air and looked down at Tang Jing from above. His killing intent covered the sky and covered the earth as he attacked Tang Jing like a tornado. Tang Jing was like a small boat in the middle of the sea, swayed by the waves of killing intent. Tang Jing's expression was grim as he stared at the demon god standing in the air. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as he discovered something under his feet. He did not rely on his legs to stay in the air. He was able to stay in the air because of the magic treasure under his feet, the blood blade. The blood blade was a magic treasure that the demon god had refined for many years. It was only an earth-level magic treasure. Ever since he obtained the demon dragon saber, he rarely used the blood blade. But now that the demon dragon saber was destroyed, he had no choice but to use his old partner. The power of the blood blade could not compete with the demon dragon saber, but the demon god's cultivation was enough to make up for all the shortcomings. Therefore, when he launched an attack from above, a bloody light soared into the sky and attacked Tang Jing from all directions. Boom! Tang Jing retreated in a sorry state. Although the power of the war soul sword had increased a lot, it was still difficult to deal with this attack. Puff! The true chi in his body surged crazily as he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Take my second attack!" the demon god roared. The second attack followed, and Tang Jing hurriedly retreated. The ground under his feet turned into scorched earth and black smoke rose. Tang Jing knew very well that he had used up all his advantages, but he was still not a match for the demon god. If he continued to fight, he would definitely be the one to suffer. Thus, he shouted loudly, "Go!" Boom! The four symbols venerable appeared out of thin air. This was the fusion of the four symbols venerable. When it descended, it had its own aura. The demon dragon's pupils suddenly shrank. He still remembered this huge monster clearly and exclaimed, "You actually brought it with you!" Tang Jing snorted coldly, but did not pay attention to him. He knew that even if he relied on the four symbols venerable, he did not have much of a chance of winning. However, escaping was not too difficult, especially since the four symbols venerable was impenetrable and could protect them very well. Tang Jing leaped into the four symbols venerable's body, and with a grab of his giant hand, Wu and the dumbstruck Ling Qianyu were caught in his palm. The four symbols venerable's other hand was not empty either. As its footsteps continuously changed, it had already circled around the area, and several shooting sun arrows appeared in its hand. Even if he had to escape, Tang Jing would not give up on such a treasure. Otherwise, leaving the demon god behind would be too much of a loss. "Stop right there!" The demon god immediately saw through Tang Jing's intentions, and roared in exasperation, continuously attacking. However, the four symbols venerable was impenetrable, and this kind of attack could not hurt it at all. Tang Jing and the other two could be said to be unharmed under the protection of the four symbols venerable. The demon god is a huge threat. He has come to this area rashly, so there must be some unspeakable secret. I have to capture him and find out the real reason. Tang Jing thought silently. However, it was easier said than done to capture the demon god alive. With his cultivation, it was impossible to do so. Seeing the demon god persistently chasing after them, Tang Jing suddenly had an idea and smiled maliciously. However, he was inside the four symbols venerable's body, so the demon god could not see this meaningful smile. Otherwise, he might have stopped his pursuit. The four symbols venerable's every step forward was like an earthquake, causing the entire town to tremble. The residents of the town were already screaming in fright, and there were people running in all directions. However, in the next second, they were dumbfounded as they stared blankly at the huge creature crossing over their heads. Although it was night time, they could still vaguely see the huge creature's appearance. It was simply a giant among giants. Those experienced mercenaries who killed people like flies were also completely stunned at this moment. Their strong nerves were completely destroyed by this scene. The four symbols venerable flashed past and rushed out from the other side of the town, closely followed by a pursuer who was flying in the air. Boom, boom, boom! Out of the town, there was a continuous mountain range. The four symbols venerable had the advantage of being tall, so it was like walking on flat ground. However, the demon god was not slow either. There was no obstruction in the air, and it continuously attacked, one attack after another on the four symbols venerable. However, all of this was like scratching an itch, unable to damage the four symbols venerable's foundation. The demon god continued to attack tirelessly, one in front and one behind, crossing over mountains and ridges, completely turning the area upside down. That night, none of the forces in the area had a good night's sleep, because the huge commotion made them feel like they were facing a great enemy. It was as if they were facing the end of the world, and they were in imminent danger. Everyone was afraid that these murderous guys would come to their territory, and then they would really be in trouble. Of course, many people also wanted to know who these guys who had suddenly appeared were. This kind of terrifying strength was completely beyond their imagination. The two of them ran tirelessly, and no one knew how far they had run. Gradually, the sky turned white, and the light of the morning sun shone on both of them. Fresh air blew in their faces. Seeing that the demon god was still chasing relentlessly, a cold, killing intent flashed in Tang Deng's eyes. He thought to himself, "Demon god, you're really stupid. This time, I'll make sure you don't return." In front of them was a towering mountain with dense trees. The four symbols venerable charged toward the mountain without any hesitation. The demon god gave chase with all his might, exhaustion already appearing on his face. Although his cultivation was high, after a night of pursuit, he was still exhausted. In fact, Tang Zheng's mental state was even better than his, After all, he was only controlling the four symbols venerable, so his physical fatigue was much weaker than the demon god's. The demon god had already given up flying in the air, and instead landed on the mountain roads to give chase. This way, he could save a lot of energy. However, he was still terrified by the four symbols venerable's speed. He thought to himself that if he had this big guy, then perhaps he would no longer be controlled by the 100 Faces Star-Lord. Chapter 632. A figure rose into the air from the forest and eventually floated in midair, looking down at the people rushing up from the foot of the mountain. Huh! Suddenly, he cried out in surprise as he stared at the four symbols venerable. It's actually that brat Tangjing. This person was Tian Chanzi. Tangjing deliberately lured the demon god to this mountain in order to use Tian Chanzi's power to capture him alive. Finally seeing Tian Chanzi, Tangjing really felt lucky to have survived a disaster. He couldn't wait to rush up and hug him. The demon god was suddenly startled and immediately braked. He stopped and looked at Tian Chanzi in midair in horror. He was no stranger to Tian Chanzi and knew that there was a big gap between him and Tian Chanzi. He rolled his eyes and immediately realized that he had fallen into Tangjing's trap. Tangjing used his anger to lure him in step by step and finally led him to Tian Chanzi. He had been chasing for a whole night and was very tired. Tian Chanzi was waiting for him to tire himself out. He was even less of a match for him. Therefore, the demon god did not hesitate to turn around and immediately fled as if there was oil under his feet. Tangjing laughed and jumped out of the four symbols venerable. He said to Tian Chanzi in midair, Tian Chanzi, I'll leave him to you. Alas, running for a whole night is really tiring. I knew it was not a good thing for you to come here. As expected, you attracted such an enemy the moment we met. You are not willing to let me go until you squeeze the last drop of oil out of me, Heaven Monk said angrily. However, he didn't remain indifferent. He descended from the sky and directly blocked the demon god's path. A look of panic flashed across the demon god's face, but he immediately pretended to be calm and said, Tian Chanzi, so you've been hiding here. My master has been looking for you. Haha, your master is the 100-change Star-Lord, right? Humph, you are my master's enemy. You will die without a burial. If you are tactful and obediently allow yourself to be captured, perhaps Serene can still let you live. The demon god threatened, taking advantage of Serene's prestige. He really had no other way, so he could only come up with this plan, hoping to scare Tian Chanzi. Hee, do you think I, Tian Chanzi, am scared? It's true that the 100 transformation Star-Lord is powerful, but distant water cannot put out a nearby fire. You can forget about escaping today no matter what. Who said I was going to run away? The demon god raised his head and asked arrogantly. Didn't you just run away? Tian Chanzi asked jokingly. The demonic god blushed and retorted. Nonsense. Master is nearby and will definitely hear the commotion here. He will rush over immediately. When that time comes, it will be the time of your death. Tian Chanzi didn't believe his words. If the 100 transformation Star-Lord was really in this area, then how could Tangjing have the opportunity to escape here? All of this was just the Fiend Celestial using his connections to intimidate others. Haha, is it? Then shout with all your strength and call him out for me to see. Tian Chanzi calmly crossed his arms and said. The demon god's face stiffened. He immediately knew that his trick had been seen through. Suddenly, he was at a loss. What's wrong? Can't you call him out? Then I won't be polite. Tian Chanzi laughed and walked toward the demon god casually. The demon god quickly retreated and said in a threatening manner, Tian Chanzi, don't be arrogant. Our cultivation is not much different. If you push me too far, I will fight to the death. Fight to the death? Humph, you have to have that ability first. Do you think our cultivation is about the same? You think too highly of yourself. Back then, when you came from the outer sky, you were a 7th grade golden core. Now you have reached the 9th grade golden core. This is indeed fast, but you want to show off in front of me? You are asking to be humiliated, Tian Chanzi said disdainfully. The demon god panicked. Tian Chanzi could see his cultivation at a glance, which meant that his cultivation was definitely higher than his. In other words, Tian Chanzi was already in the Yuanying realm. The demon god's face was ashen. It turned out that Tian Chanzi was not useless during this period of time. His cultivation had also improved by leaps and bounds. The demon god's already low confidence was on the verge of collapse. What to do, what to do? How to get away? Even if he was resourceful, he was at his wits' end at this moment. I know you won't give up, and I won't waste my breath to persuade you like this. So, I will choose to attack directly. After saying this, Tian Chanzi walked toward the demon god as if he was taking a stroll in the park. But with every step he took, the demon god's face became uglier. With every step Tian Chanzi took, the momentum on his body became more and more fierce. Finally, the demon god could not withstand this momentum and staggered back, saying, Tian Chanzi, I am a man of the 100 faces, Star Lord. If you dare to touch me, he will not let you go. Tian Chanzi smiled coldly. He was already 3 steps away from the demon god. No matter how fast the demon god retreated, Tian Chanzi's speed was even faster. Tian Chanzi raised a finger and gently pointed. The demon god's body immediately froze. He was firmly locked in by the chi movement of this finger. There was no way he could escape. I will fight you to the death! The demon god was helpless and completely erupted. His face was ashen as he raised his blood blade and slashed at Tian Chanzi. Tian Chanzi's expression did not change. He shook his head and said, Your strength is ultimately too weak. Tang Jing, look carefully. This is the ultimate move of Transcendent Flying Immortal, the 6th move, Transcendent Flying Immortal. The 6 moves of Transcendent Flying Immortal each had their own merits and strengths. Tang Jing had already comprehended the 5th move, Return to Origin. However, there was no movement for the 6th move. He had wanted to make a breakthrough more than once, but he had been stuck. At this moment, after hearing Tian Chanzi's words, his eyes immediately lit up as he stared at Tian Chanzi intently. With a point of his finger, Tian Chanzi's figure became ethereal, as if he had disappeared from the demon god's sight. In fact, he did not disappear. His finger was like the tip of a sharp sword, stabbing at the enemy without any fancy moves. It was ethereal and mysterious. It was like a sword that flew from the heavens. It was fast, fierce, but it did not lose its agility and sharpness. In short, this strike was a fusion of the essence of the first 5 moves. Tang Jing could only sense a mysterious feeling from it, but he was unable to truly grasp the trajectory of the strike. This was because the strike did not have a specific trajectory. All trajectories would fall into a conventional pattern, giving the opponent a chance to guard against it. As for Transcendent Flying Immortal, it had no trajectory, so there was no trace to be found. Such a sword move was a true superior sword move that was impossible to defend against. Tang Jing attempted to switch places with the demon god, but he sadly realized that he could not escape the strike no matter what. The demon god was the same. A sense of helplessness swept over him as he resigned himself to his fate and used all his quintessential chi to fight with all his might. Boom! The demon god flew up into the air and then fell into the mountain forest like a meteorite. Dust and smoke rose everywhere as he smashed into a huge crater. Tian Chanzi clapped his hands and said casually, It's settled. The only advantage of holding it in this remote and desolate place is that I can concentrate on practicing martial arts. Because there really is not much else to kill time. Tang Jing felt deeply shocked. Although his cultivation had improved rapidly, compared to Tian Chanzi, it was still the difference between heaven and earth. Facing the demon god, he could only run for his life, but Tian Chanzi had dealt with the demon god while talking and laughing. This cultivation made Tang Jing particularly envious. Hee, you brat came quite quickly, but you also caused such a big problem. You really can't rest for a day. Tian Chanzi grabbed onto Tang Jing's neck and laughed sinisterly. His gaze swept across Wu, and he laughed meaningfully. He patted Tang Jing's shoulder and said, "Yo, you brat actually became enlightened, and even chased after this great beauty. I've already told you, your body is special. If you want to live, you have to continuously expand your territory and embrace more beauties." Cough, cough. Hearing that, Tang Jing immediately coughed awkwardly. Tian Chanzi's words were becoming more and more unrestrained, to actually say such things in front of a girl. He immediately turned his head to look at Wu, only to see her face flushed red, staring at Tian Chanzi in anger but not daring to say anything. Tian Chanzi's small test just now had broadened Wu Dao's horizons, and he once again recognized the power of cultivators. Speak less, speak less. Tang Jing was deeply afraid that Wu Da would fly into a rage, so he hurriedly advised. Tian Chanzi shrugged his shoulders, glanced at Ling Qianyu, and said in surprise, "Who is this brat?" "He was taken in by chance," Tang Jing said. As soon as he finished speaking, a putong sound startled Tang Jing. He looked at Ling Qianyu in shock and asked, "What are you doing?" Ling Qianyu knelt down in front of Tang Jing, his eyes filled with determination and hope. But why was he kneeling like this? Could it be that he was scared silly? Ling Qianyu ping ping pung. Without saying a word, he kowtowed 3 times to Tang Jing. When he raised his head, his forehead was already bleeding, showing the strength of these 3 kowtows. Tang Jing was at a loss, and hurriedly asked, "Why are you kowtowing to me?" "Master, please accept disciple Ling Qianyu's kowtow." Ling Qianyu finished speaking, and with both hands he crawled at Tang Deng's feet. "Master?" Tang Jing rolled his eyes, not understanding what was going on. "Yes, Ling Qianyu willingly became Master's disciple, and for the rest of my life, Master will dismantle everything," Ling Qianyu firmly said. "Stop, stop, stop." Tang Jing hurriedly waved his hand. "Are you scared silly? When did I become your master? I just acknowledged you as my master, so you just became my master," Ling Qianyu said. Wu also looked at Ling Qianyu in astonishment. In the middle of the night, Ling Qianyu did not say a word, as if he was frightened. Who would have thought that he would do such a thing? It was truly unexpected. Tian Chanzi watched this show with interest, and said, "Ha ha ha, he is very sincere. Is it appropriate for you to reject him like this?" Tang Jing rolled his eyes and said, "What are you talking about? With my little cultivation, how can I be qualified to be his master? Moreover, I don't want to accept a disciple. If you don't accept him, then it would be good for me to stay by your side as an errand boy. Let me tell you, the people of the Witch clan are loyal, but their heads are like wooden fish, they are not flexible. I think this brat is quite smart, keeping him by your side will save you a lot of trouble," the heaven monk said. Chapter 633. After listening to Ling Qianyu's words, the atmosphere instantly cooled down. He had already seen Tian Chanzi's strength, yet he still dared to speak so carelessly. That was really bold. Tian Chanzi immediately became as cold as ice, as if he wanted to choose a person to swallow, and fiercely stared at Ling Qianyu. Ling Qianyu's face immediately became ugly, as she really couldn't bear Tian Chanzi's power. "Ha!" Suddenly, a burst of hearty laughter broke the awkward atmosphere. Tang Jing held his stomach and laughed, almost unable to straighten his back. "Ling Qianyu, good job, this style is quite to my taste," Tang Jing praised, giving a thumbs up. Tian Chanzi was deflated. This kind of scene was rare, and Tang Jing was heartlessly happy. Tian Chanzi helplessly stared at Tang Jing and said, "Boy, you don't give me any face, making fun of me in front of outsiders." Tang Jing laughed, and put his arm around Tian Chanzi's shoulder, and said, "You can't be so petty, are you really angry? He's still a child, if you take a child seriously, you'll be laughed at by others." Tian Chanzi snorted, and fiercely stared at Ling Qianyu, and said, "There aren't many good people by your side, and now there's this little guy. Little guy, listen carefully. He's not as strong as I am, and he's still a young man in his 20s. You're too blind to take him as your master." Ling Qianyu kept biting her lips, and secretly glanced at Tang Jing, and said, "Although he's not as strong as you now, I believe that in the future he'll definitely be stronger than you." Tian Chanzi was speechless. "I'm not going to waste my time with you guys. If I say a few more words to you guys, I'll lose a few years of my life. Let's bring the demon god back for interrogation first." Tian Chanzi quickly changed the topic. In a flash, he arrived in front of the crater. The demon god was lying in the middle of the crater, unconscious. "Guards, why are you still hiding there? Come and take the captives!" Tian Chanzi shouted into the woods. With a crash, a large group of people rushed out of the forest. They were majestic, and the person in the lead was the elder of the sorcerer tribe. The elder took 3 steps and 2 steps and arrived in front of Tang Jing. He was about to kneel down and salute when Tang Jing hurriedly held his shoulders and said, "Elder, there is no need to be so courteous. Lord Envoy, it's great to see you again," the elder said excitedly, and the others nodded. Wu and Tian Chanzi had already seen Tang Jing's prestige in the sorcerer tribe, so they did not find it strange. Only Ling Qianyu opened his eyes wide and stared straight at Tang Jing, his eyes full of splendor. He had already made up his mind. Although Tang Jing did not admit that he was his master, he had already made up his mind. He had to consider himself as his disciple. One day, Tang Jing would be moved by his sincerity. Ling Qianyu's act of acknowledging him as his master was not done on a whim, but after careful consideration. What he saw and heard tonight was even more eye-opening than what he had seen in the past 10 years of his life. Originally, he thought that his grandfather was already a very powerful person, but in front of these people, his grandfather was simply unable to withstand a single blow, as if he was an ant. This caused Ling Qianyu to be deeply shocked, and a strong thought rushed into his mind: he must become such a person. Thus, the act of acknowledging him as his master was logical. His choice to defeat Tang Jing as his master was not on impulse, but also after weighing the pros and cons. The most important point was that Tang Jing had promised his grandfather. This kind of close relationship made Tang Jing his first choice. Ling Qianyu was not discouraged, because from the beginning, he did not expect Tang Jing to agree to him immediately. This was a protracted battle. He was confident that he would be the final winner. The demon god had already been tied up by the dragon trapping rope and was carried up the mountain by a few witch tribe warriors. After a while, everyone stood at the peak of the mountain and looked into the distance. They could see everything in a bird's eye view. This mountain peak was the highest point in this place. Tang Jing looked around and asked curiously, "You have occupied this mountain peak, and no one else came to disturb you?" It turns out that this place is filled with ferocious beasts and is deserted. No one came here at all. Ever since we occupied this place, we set up a few formations outside. Even if someone wanted to enter the mountain, it would be impossible," Tian Chanzi explained confidently. Tang Jing suddenly came to a realization. No wonder Tian Chanzi was able to avoid the surveillance of all forces with so many people. It turned out that he had chosen such a dangerous place. "It must have been hard on you to hide here," Tang Jing sighed. The elder immediately shook his head like a rattledrum, and said, "Lord Envoy, you are exaggerating. It is not hard for us at all. To be able to leave the 10,000 huge mountains and get rid of the imprisonment and comfort of the witch tribe for generations, this is already a great kindness to us. We, the witch tribe, are very satisfied." Hearing this, Tang Jing's heart surged. It was his great honor to have such a group of loyal fans. Why would he worry about the difficulties and obstacles ahead? He had to do everything he could to make the shaman tribe stand at the top of the world, the peak of the strong. After a long separation, the two sides finally met again and chatted for a long time. Tian Chanzi finally could not help but interrupt. "Let's get down to business first and deal with the demon god. Why did you have a conflict with the demon god? Wasn't he captured by the 100 Faces Star Lord?" "He has already accepted the 100 Faces Star Lord as his master. I met him in a small town not far away. It seems that he came here specially and even seized control of this area," Tang Jing said in a deep voice. "Eh? Tian Chanzi raised his thick eyebrows, and immediately opened his eyes wide in shock, saying, "The 100 Faces Star-Lord will definitely not speak without thinking. Since he was ordered to come here, then he must have some ulterior motives." Tang Jing nodded his head. "I think so too, so I wanted to investigate thoroughly. However, the demon god is too strong, so I could only be chased by him like a headless fly. Kid, you're not bad. You were able to hold on for so long under his attacks. You deliberately led him here." Tian Chanzi patted Tang Jing's shoulder and praised. "Fortunately, we have you. Otherwise, we would have really lost our lives," Tang Jing said with lingering fear. After a while, Tang Jing, Tian Chanzi, and Elder Wu He came to the room where the demon god was imprisoned. As for Ling Qianyu, she had already been called away by the witch tribe to rest. The demon god had already awakened. He stared at them with fire spewing out of his eyes and roared, "You dare to treat me like this, Master will definitely not let you off. Hee, you've already become a captive, yet you're still so arrogant. You don't have the self-awareness of a captive," Tang Jing said jokingly. Then, with a thought, the dragon trapping rope suddenly tightened. The demon god's face immediately contorted in pain. He shouted hysterically, Stop now. Now you know what's good for you. Know your place, or else you'll be the one to suffer. Moreover, if you don't tell the truth, we can use the soul-searching technique. At that time, the one to suffer will be you. You should be very clear about the dangers of the soul-searching technique," Tang Jing threatened. The demon god shrunk into a ball, cowering, and hurriedly nodded. "I know." The demon god knew that even if he did not say anything, the soul-searching technique would still expose all his secrets. Moreover, if he was used on the soul-searching technique, there was a high possibility that he would become an idiot. That would be worse than death. "It's good that you know. Then let me ask you, why did you come here?" "I was ordered by Master." "Oh no, 100 Faces Star Sovereign to take charge of this area. Everyone has to listen to me. At critical moments, I can mobilize these people." "Why do you need these ordinary people?" Tang Jing was puzzled. "We..." The demon god hesitated. A fierce glint flashed in Tang Jing's eyes. The demon god was shocked and hurriedly said, 100 Faces Star Sovereign is preparing to use the Mountain River Blood Sacrifice Array to summon the demon race to this world." "What?" Tang Jing and the others cried out in alarm at the same time, and their expressions completely changed. The Mountain River Blood Sacrifice Array required the blood of tens of thousands of people to succeed. This was the price of tens of thousands of people's lives. It was harmful to the harmony of the world. However, they did not expect 100 Faces Star Sovereign to be so deranged. He was determined to activate this array. Many innocent people in this area would pay the price with their lives. You are so vicious," Tang Jing said coldly, full of killing intent. "It's not my idea, it's 100 Faces Star Sovereign's." The demon god hurriedly denied, afraid that Tang Jing would blame him. "Don't try to brush yourself off so cleanly. Isn't the Mountain River Blood Sacrifice Array the array that you and Lewis colluded to activate in the past? Moreover, you were the one who offered this method to 100 Faces Star Sovereign, right?" Tang Jing's words hit the nail on the head. The demon god's eyes immediately became flustered. He stammered, "I was also forced to, You are really unscrupulous in order to let the demon race descend to this world. If the demon race descends, what other plans do you have? 100 Faces Star Sovereign wants to rule the demon race and expand his influence step by step. Eventually, he will rule this world. What a grand plan!" Tang Jing sneered. He once again felt 100 Faces Star Sovereign's wild ambition. "The original plan? When did you activate the array?" The demon god shook his head. "This plan has just been implemented. I wanted to rule this area first and then find the corresponding manpower. Unfortunately, all of this has just begun and it has been ruined by you. What, do you feel that it's a pity? I wouldn't dare." The demon god hurriedly shook his head. "I see that you don't have anything to be afraid of, but since you let me know of your plan, how can I turn a blind eye to it?" You can forget about ruling over this area, Tang Jing said resolutely and decisively. Yes, I will definitely not come back. The demon god nodded. Haha, do you think I will let you go so easily? The demon god panicked. I have already told you everything I know. You still want to kill me? Of course I won't kill you, but you are still a big disaster. Tian Chanzi, do you have a way to cripple his cultivation? Tian Chanzi nodded. Of course there is. The demon race is also a public enemy in the cultivation world. Last time, he was lucky enough to escape. This time, he won't be so lucky. No! The demon god screamed. Crippling his cultivation was more painful than taking his life. Do it! Tang Jing said. Just as Heaven Monk was about to make his move, suddenly, the demon god's entire body started to tremble violently. His scream stopped abruptly, and what replaced it was a painful groan. His pupils started to turn red, and his veins started to swim under his skin like small snakes. Chapter 634. What was going on? They looked at each other. Didn't Tian Chanzi not make a move yet? How did he become like this? Demon God, what's wrong with you? Tang Jing quickly asked. Hearing this, the demon god suddenly raised his head. His eyes had already turned crimson red. His throat made a series of strange sounds, and then he laughed strangely. Haha, you guys are really too annoying. You actually came to ruin my plan again. This voice was completely different from the demon god's voice. A person suddenly changed the tone of his voice. What the hell? Tang Jing and Tian Chanzi's hearts trembled. Their faces became dignified because they recognized the owner of this voice, 100 Faces Star-Lord. Hearing the 100 Faces Star-Lord's voice from the demon god, was this strange? Of course, it was too strange. Demon god, don't play tricks. Do you think we will let you get away with this? The Great Elder said angrily. He didn't know the 100 Faces Star-Lord, so he naturally didn't realize the seriousness of the matter. Humph, a group of ignorant people. 100 Faces Star-Lord, don't need to play tricks. The demon god moved his lips and said condescendingly. Tang Jing and Tian Chanzi looked at each other. Tian Chanzi hurriedly asked, 100 Faces Star-Lord, why are you in his body? Of course I am in his body to supervise him. As my servant, he had to be absolutely loyal to me. However, he was too cowardly and actually betrayed me, revealing my plan. I will definitely not be merciful to traitors. The 100 Transformation Star Sovereign said with a murderous aura. They looked at each other. They had never heard of such a strange spell that could control a person like this. This was an ancient secret technique used by the 100 Faces Star-Lord. He attached a part of his divine sense to the demon god without anyone noticing. Even the demon god didn't know that he was being monitored by the 100 Faces Star-Lord. As long as he betrayed the 100 Faces Star-Lord, this secret technique would be triggered and the demon god's divine sense would be activated. What do you want? Tang Jing asked. Traitors, of course, have to face the consequences of betrayal. The 100 Transformation Star-Lord said firmly. As for you, the day we meet again is not far away. When that time comes, it will be the day of your death. Just as he finished speaking, an even sharper scream came out of the demon god's mouth. This time, it was the demon god's voice. No! The demon god let out a heart-wrenching scream, but his scream was instantly drowned out by another voice. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The demonic god exploded into pieces, turning into a lump of flesh and blood that flew in all directions. Yeah! They couldn't help but cry out in alarm. They quickly dodged and were almost stained by the demon god's flesh and blood. The room was filled with the remains of the demon blood. Looking at this scene, everyone was stunned for a moment. A 9th-grade Golden Core expert had died just like that. The 100 Transformation Star-Lord was truly vicious and merciless. He was truly willing to give up even such an expert so easily. Lord Envoy, what do we do now? The elder asked. Tang Jing glanced at Tian Chanzi and said, Since the 100 Transformation Star-Lord already knows that his plan has been exposed, he will definitely find another way to let the demon clan descend. Then how can we stop him? Although she had already left the martial sect, she still subconsciously did not wish to see the demon clan return. In fact, she did not wish to see any cultivator return. Tang Jing shook his head. I'm afraid there's no way for the time being. We're not his match. I just hope that when the other party moves, there will be some movement, so that we can be on guard in advance. Don't be so pessimistic. With the death of the demon god, the 100 Transformation Star-Lords plan to use the Mountain River blood sacrifice array in this area will temporarily fail. Before he finds another new method, or before he finds another 10,000 people, we are safe. Tian Chanzi corrected and encouraged. Tang Jing secretly sighed. Even though he said that, he was too passive, but the reality was that he was helpless, and that was the only thing he could do for the time being. Also, since you know about his ambitions, being on guard is not the only way out. Attacking is the best strategy, Tian Chanzi reminded. Tang Jing revealed a suspicious look, and said, Our cultivation is not as good as his. How do we attack? Aren't we courting death? He still remembered how he was chased by the 100 Transformation Star-Lord back then, and how he was barely able to escape from the prehistoric heavenly tomb. You're an idiot. Tian Chanzi pointed at Tang Jing's head. We are increasing our own strength. Isn't this also a type of attack? When the time comes for the decisive battle, we will have more people and be stronger. This will definitely pose a greater threat to the 100 Transformation Star-Lord. Eh? Tang Jing's heart moved. What Tian Chanzi said was indeed a method. But what was the true fighting power in his hands? Which clan? He only had the Witch clan, and only the Witch clan could contend against the 100 Transformation Star-Lord. But the key point was that the Witch clan was still too weak. Although they were all cultivating the chaotic golden body technique and their speed of improvement was not weak, the difference between them and the 100 Transformation Star-Lord was still too great. Lord Enveil, it's all because we're useless. We can't help you solve your problems. The elders seemed to have seen through Tang Jing's predicament, and said in shame. Tang Jing waved his hand and said, How can I blame you? Because of the restrictions, you guys were unable to cultivate in the past, and now you guys are already doing very well. Sigh, although the chaotic golden body technique is good, our cultivation technique is too simple. If there are more cultivation techniques, our cultivation speed might be even faster. The elder sighed helplessly. A light flashed in Tang Jing's eyes, and he subconsciously looked at Tian Chanzi. Seeing Tang Jing looking at him, Tian Chanzi spread his hands and said, Don't look at me. Unless all of them are willing to join Kingsaman, I can't teach them the cultivation techniques of our sect. This is the rule of Kingsaman, and I can't break it. Tang Jing already knew Tian Chanzi's stubbornness and insistence on this matter. One of the conditions that he was willing to teach Fang Shishir was that she had to join Kingsaman. Even if the situation had changed now, with his temper, he would not make an exception. In fact, Tian Chanzi misunderstood Tang Jing's intention. Tang Jing shook his head and said, I'm not thinking about you. I have another idea. What idea? Tian Chanzi asked curiously. The others also stared at him without blinking. Tang Jing laughed and said, I've already thought of a solution to the problem of the cultivation techniques. Cultivation techniques are not cabbages that can be found everywhere. Especially in this world, most of the cultivation techniques have been brought to the outland with the cultivators. Where are you going to find them? Tian Chanzi questioned. I have a plan. Don't keep us in suspense, just tell us the truth. Seeing that Tang Jing did not seem to be joking, Tian Chanzi immediately became interested. Of course, Tang Jing could not make up a cultivation technique himself. With his cultivation level, he could not do that. But he had a treasure trove. Langya Pavilion. Yes, Langya Pavilion, the Dragon Clan's treasure trove of Langya Pavilion. He had brought back 3 powerful cultivation techniques from Langya Pavilion, which were suitable for men, women, and beasts respectively. With these cultivation techniques, wouldn't the current problem be solved? Moreover, there were still 16 floors of Langia Pavilion that he had not set foot on, and there were countless treasures there. As long as his cultivation level of Dragon God technique improved, he would have countless treasures. Don't be in such a hurry, guess what I have in mind first. Tang Jing deliberately teased Tian Chanzi. Tian Chanzi stared at him suspiciously and said, From what I know about you, you shouldn't have a solution. Oh, then you know too little about me. TSK, do you miss the days when you were in my head and knew everything? Get lost, I don't miss it. I think you're getting more and more arrogant, aren't you? Tian Chanzi deliberately put on a dark face. Haha, you just said a few words and you're already angry. You don't look like an expert at all. Alright, since you can't wait to know, I'll tell you. I found 3 very powerful cultivation techniques. Tang Jing showed off with an unfathomable expression. TSK, very powerful? Don't brag. Tian Chanzi questioned. Tang Jing shrugged his shoulders and said, Is it very powerful? You can identify it yourself. With that, he casually threw out 3 sets of cultivation techniques that appeared in front of Tian Chanzi out of thin air. Tian Chanzi hurriedly caught them. Eh? With a sweep of his gaze, he saw 3 ancient scrolls. They were the God-killing scroll, the wondrous art, and the heavenly dipper 36 absolutes. The name is quite vague, Tian Chanzi said as he slowly opened the God-killing scroll. His pupils suddenly constricted as he focused on reading, his expression becoming more and more serious. Tang Jing seemed to have known that he would have such a reaction. He waved to the other 2 and said, Let's go out. This room is filled with the remains of the demon god. It's not a good place. The 2 of them walked out and looked at Tang Jing curiously. Wu could not help but ask, Are those 3 sets of cultivation techniques real? The elder also stared straight at Tang Jing. This was related to the development of the witch clan, so he was very concerned about it. What? Do you really think I would use fake things to fool him? What's more, with his insight and cultivation, how could he be fooled by fake things? Wu did not know exactly how high Tian Chanzi's cultivation was, but in short, it was very, very high. It was not an easy task to deceive him under his fiery eyes of truth. However, she spent most of her time by Tang Jing's side, so she really did not understand where he got these 3 sets of cultivation techniques. Moreover, he was like a swindler who sold fake cultivation techniques. One had to know that there were not many martial arts techniques in this world, and they were extremely precious, let alone cultivation techniques. However, the elder did not doubt Tang Jing, because the witch clan believed in their Lord Envoy without reservation. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew from the horizon and the sky turned black. The few of them subconsciously raised their heads and saw a huge creature descend from the sky, completely covering the sky. Thundercloud Beast. Tang Jing was overjoyed. It had been a long time since he had seen it. Whiz. Chapter 635. Looking at the thundercloud beast, he squatted down and stroked its head, saying, Thundercloud Beast, long time no see. The thundercloud beast rubbed its head against his hand and said, Why are you here? Where's Xiao Bai? I'm here to pick up Tian Chanzi and leave. As for Xiao Bai, he's staying in the capital. Oh. The thundercloud beast's interest waned. Ever since it was subdued by Xiao Bai, it resisted at first, but later accepted its fate, so its feelings towards Xiao Bai were very complicated. Chirp! Suddenly, a horse's neigh sounded, and a white horse galloped over, instantly coming to Tang Jing's side, happily jumping and jumping around him. Heavenly Horse, we meet again. Tang Jing stroked the heavenly horse's mane and said. The heavenly horse's eyes were filled with intimacy and enthusiasm, indicating for Tang Jing to ride it. At this time, Tian Chanzi rushed out of the room, shouting, Tang Jing, where did you find these 3 sets of martial arts? His eyes were bright red, as if he had stayed up for several days and nights without closing his eyes. Wasn't it just a little while ago? How did he become like this? Tang Jing was shocked, and hurriedly asked. Tian Chanzi, what's wrong with you? Tian Chanzi took a step forward, grabbed Tang Jing's shoulders, and said excitedly, Tell me, where did you get these martial arts? This? Can I keep it a secret? Tang Jing said awkwardly. The relationship with the Langya Pavilion was related to the secrets of the Dragon Clan, and it was indeed inappropriate to tell others. What's the point of keeping it a secret? Tell me quickly. Tian Chanzi shook Tang Jing violently. He kept urging her. Tang Jing rolled his eyes speechlessly and said, I really can't say. Tell me first, how about these 3 cultivation techniques? After staring straight at Tang Jing for a while, Tian Chanzi was convinced that he really wouldn't say it out loud, so he faintly sighed and said, These 3 sets of cultivation methods are definitely precious and very powerful. If any one of them were to be released, it would attract the covetous eyes of others. The treasures collected by the Dragon Clan are indeed not simple. Tang Jing thought to himself. These 3 sets of cultivation methods are targeted at different groups of people, right? Tian Chanzi's fiery eyes of gold discerned the difference. Tang Jing gave him a thumbs up and said, Amazing, you can even see that. Tian Chanzi raised his neck and said proudly, Of course. Don't you know who I am? Humph, good, you're amazing. Then tell me, what group of people are these 3 sets of cultivation methods targeted at? Tang Jing deliberately tested him. Tian Chanzi pondered for a moment, looked at the 3 sets of cultivation methods in his hand, and said, The God-killing scroll is fierce and overbearing. It is definitely a cultivation method for men. The art of ingenuity emphasizes nimbleness, and many of the cultivation methods seem to be tailor-made for women. Of course, it is targeted at women. As for the heavenly 36 absolutes, Tian Chanzi's brows furrowed, pondered for a while, and faintly said, This set of cultivation methods is very strange. I really can't figure it out in such a short time. Haha, Tian Chanzi, you actually have a cultivation method that you can't figure out. Tang Jing laughed. Tian Chanzi said unconcernedly, I'm not an immortal, how can I know everything? Isn't this a very normal thing? Quickly tell me, what's so strange about this set of cultivation methods? Tang Jing pretended to smile mysteriously and said, This set of heavenly 36 absolutes isn't targeted at humans, but tailor-made for demonic beasts. Demonic beasts cultivation methods? Tian Chanzi's eyes immediately became round and red. Although he could be considered to be experienced and knowledgeable, he really didn't have much research on demonic beast cultivation methods, so he couldn't see through the mysteries of this set of cultivation methods. The others also looked at Tang Jing in surprise, especially the Thunder Cloud Beast and the Pegasus. They immediately pricked up their ears and stared at him like curious babies. Of course. Demonic beast's body structure is very different from ours, and the cultivation method's circulation path is also very different. The heavenly 36 absolutes is specially designed for them. Tang Jing explained. Tian Chanzi suddenly slapped his forehead, and suddenly realized. No wonder. No wonder. I was wondering why this set of cultivation methods was so strange. You brat, your luck is really heaven-defying, to find such 3 powerful sets of cultivation methods. Tang Jing chuckled. Just good luck. The Thunder Cloud Beast's eyes turned, and finally couldn't help but ask, Can you teach me the heavenly 36 absolutes? The Thunder Cloud Beast's strength wasn't weak, but in reality, it didn't cultivate a real cultivation method. Its abilities were all stimulated by its own bloodline, and it was innate strength. But if there was a suitable cultivation method to cultivate, then its potential would increase exponentially, and only then could it become a true top expert. The Thunder Cloud Beast couldn't resist this temptation, so it couldn't wait to ask. The Pegasus snorted twice, and seemed to understand their conversation and the power of this set of cultivation methods, so it stared at Tang Jing with a pair of big black eyes and raised its head in anticipation. Tang Ding's purpose of taking this set of cultivation methods back then was to teach it to these demonic beasts, but looking at the Thunder Cloud Beast's expectant eyes, his heart moved, and he had an idea. Although the Thunder Cloud Beast was forced to submit to him under the circumstances, in fact, Its relationship with Tang Jing was not like the relationship between him and Xiao Bai. If there was no Xiao Bai's suppression, the two sides could go their separate ways at any time. The Thundercloud Beast was such a powerful demonic beast, and it was definitely a powerful right-hand man. If he lost it, it would definitely be a pity. Why not use the heavenly 36 absolutes as bait, and let it truly recognize him as its master and submit to him? This was indeed a good idea, especially since the Thundercloud Beast was so eager to get the heavenly 36 absolutes. Just as he was about to speak, a completely different idea emerged. If he did this, it was equivalent to taking advantage of the situation and threatening the Thundercloud Beast. This kind of demonic beast from ancient times, its blood contained innate pride. If it was coerced by him and reluctantly agreed, it would also be a future trouble for the future. This kind of threatening request would not truly obtain the Thundercloud Beast's true allegiance. I must not be too hasty. Since it is now under my command, then I have many ways to subtly influence it and make it sincerely submit to me one day. Tang Jing comforted himself and suppressed his previous thoughts. Tang Jing smiled indifferently and said, "Of course I can teach it to you. I originally prepared this set of techniques for you." The Thundercloud Beast was wild with joy, and its eyes kept flashing with lightning. It said, thank you so much. You have helped me so much, this is what I should do." Tang Jing said, "Don't worry, when I am stronger, I will help you even more." The Thundercloud Beast promised firmly. Chirp chirp. The Pegasus roared twice and nudged Tang Deng's shoulder. "Haha, you also have a share, okay?" Tang Jing laughed heartily. The Pegasus's intelligence had already been opened. Although it did not have any affili, cultivating the 36 heavenly dipper arts was definitely beneficial. When the Pegasus heard this, it excitedly spread its 4 legs and jumped around like a child. "With these 3 sets of techniques, you can start a sect. In the Xiashenzhen world, many small sects do not have such powerful techniques." Tian Chanzi sighed. It was really infuriating to compare oneself with others. He had been in this world for so many years, but in the end, he found that other than his cultivation being higher than Tang Jing, in other aspects, especially luck, he could not be compared to this little brat. In fact, Tang Jing was able to reach this step today. Not only did it not rely on luck, he had only reached this step after many life and death battles. Moreover, he was constantly facing the danger of exploding and dying. Therefore, all of this was inseparable from his hard work and sacrifice. If he did not work hard and waited for the goddess of luck to descend, then even if Tang Jing was a celestial, he would have died long ago. When Tang Jing heard this, he opened his eyes wide in disbelief and asked, "Start a sect? Just these 3 sets of cultivation techniques are enough to establish a sect?" Tian Chanzi nodded solemnly. "Of course, it seems that you still do not understand the value of these techniques." Tang Jing really did not understand the value of these techniques. Although he knew that these techniques were not simple, he did not imagine them to be so powerful. Starting a sect is actually so simple, Tang Jing muttered to himself. When he first heard of Tian Chanzi's Kinksaman, he also yearned for it. But now, he understood that starting a sect was so close to him. It was simply at his fingertips. But after all, he still had self-awareness. He did not think that he really had the qualifications to start a sect. If his strength was too weak, he would simply be a joke if he dared to start a sect. Tian Chanzi rolled his eyes and saw through his thoughts, and said, "You want to start a sect? In fact, it is not impossible. Aren't these people from the witch tribe ready-made? They will definitely agree to join your sect." When the elder heard this, he immediately nodded excitedly. "If Lord Envoy starts a sect, then it would be a great honor for us witch tribe to be able to join it." This. Looking at the elder's excited expression, Tang Jing did not doubt that what he said was true, but he had just thought about it and did not really want to put it into practice. "Tian Chanzi, don't joke around. What is my level? How can I be qualified?" Tang Jing waved his hand. Tian Chanzi looked at Tang Jing seriously, and said in a deep voice, If it was in the cultivation world, then your cultivation is indeed not enough to start a sect, but right now, there are very few cultivators in this world, and most of them are still weak. With your cultivation, you can barely qualify. Tangjing could not help but laugh, and said self-deprecatingly, "What you mean is that I am pretending to be a tall man among the dwarves, and there is no tiger in the mountain, so the monkey is the king." Tian Chanzi smiled bitterly and said, "You can say that," the elder advised. "Lord Anva, this is indeed a good idea. Just agree, under your leadership, our sect will definitely flourish." Marshall was expressionless, but his heart was in turmoil. He was about the same age as Tangjing, and he was already old enough to establish a sect. He was left far behind, and had a feeling of being unable to catch up. She stared at Tangjing, curious as to what choice he would make. To be honest, this suggestion was hard to refuse. Chapter 636. Tang Zheng's gaze was serious. He was silent for a long time before he raised his head. Seeing that the few of them were staring at him, he could not help but laugh. "Even so, I think it's still too early." Too early. This word conveyed too much meaning. This meant that he did not completely reject this suggestion, but felt that the time was not ripe yet. Deep in his heart, he still had the urge to establish a sect. The few of them could hear the deeper meaning behind it. Tian Chanzi smiled knowingly and said, "Then I look forward to the day when the time is right." To be honest, he really wanted to see how far Tangjing could go in the future. This legend had sprouted from his hands, so his feelings for Tangjing were very special. The elder felt a little regretful and sighed inwardly. Wu heaved a long sigh of relief. If Tangjing really accepted this suggestion, then she really felt that everything was too unreal. One had to know that even her master did not establish a sect, but inherited the martial sect. If Tangjing really had so much, then wouldn't he be even more powerful than her master? For a moment, Wu was indeed unable to accept this reality. "Elder, pass down the god-killing scroll and the wondrous technique to your clansmen, and let everyone focus on cultivating. One day, we, the Witch clan, will regain our glory and regain our former glory," Tang Zheng warned. The elder nodded excitedly, his eyes red, and said, "Yes, Lord Anva, we will definitely remember." The elder, Thunder Beast, and Heaven Horse left on their own. Tangjing, Wu, and Tian Chanzi found a secluded place to sit down. Looking up, the mountain peak had already been modified a lot by the Witch clan, and many houses had been built. The style was similar to the Witch clan's buildings in the 10,000 huge mountains. These Witch clan members are natural warriors. With the help of your cultivation technique, they will follow you everywhere in the future. They will definitely have a great cause," Tian Chanzi encouraged. Tangjing laughed bitterly. "You have that much confidence in me?" Tian Chanzi stared at him intensely, answering his question with his eyes. "Well, I don't have that many ideas for now. Let's solve the problem at hand first. After you leave, who will protect them?" Tangjing changed the topic. "With your cultivation method, their cultivation will improve by leaps and bounds. In addition, the Thunder Cloud Beast has been greatly indebted to you. It will stay here to cultivate while protecting the sorcerer tribe. It definitely won't have any objections," Tian Chanzi suggested. Tangjing pondered for a moment. This was indeed a good idea. With the Thunder Cloud Beast, even ordinary cultivators would find it difficult to harm the Wu tribe unless the 100 Faces Star Sovereign personally came. 100 Transformations Star Lord? Tangjing's eyelids twitched as he asked. "Will the 100 Change Star Monarch personally launch an attack after knowing that the plan has failed? The 100 Change Star Sovereign has been biding his time for such a long time. I don't think he will act rashly at this juncture. Furthermore, although a strand of the 100 Transformation Star Lord's consciousness is attached to the demon god's body and appeared in front of you and me, he himself might not know that we are hiding here. With such a distance, his consciousness cannot inform him of these things," Heaven Monk analyzed. Tangjing frowned suspiciously. "Are you sure?" "Of course." Tian Chanzi nodded his head without hesitation. Tang Jing heaved a sigh of relief. That's for the best, then the witch tribe will not be in danger for the time being. What are you going to do with that cheap disciple of yours? Tian Chanzi asked. Him? His grandfather was the original person in charge of this place, but the appearance of the demon god caused him to be chased and killed. If Qianyu is willing, I can leave him here, and even let the witch tribe help him stand firm and take back everything that belongs to him. I don't think he'll agree. Although he's small, his eyes aren't bad. If he insists on being your disciple, why would he stay here? Tang Jing rolled his eyes and said, Child, it's just a whim. After a few days, when you calm down, you won't think so much. Then let's wait and see. Tian Chanzi was full of confidence. In the following period of time, everything was calm and peaceful. Every day, Heaven Monk would carefully guide the witch clan members in their cultivation. Although this was the first time he had seen these techniques, his cultivation was still strong and he was knowledgeable. There were many key pointers that could enlighten the witch clan members. Every time he saw these people cultivating, Ling Qianyu would hold his chin and squat at the side. He was extremely envious, and the sparkling gaze in his eyes showed how much he wanted to be one of them. On the surface, Wu was calm, but in reality, a dark tide was surging in her heart. This was because she had personally witnessed the few witch tribesmen's strength increase by leaps and bounds ever since they started cultivating. This kind of speed was extremely rare among martial artists. She seemed to gradually understand why cultivators were so powerful. It was because these techniques were simply too powerful. Even if an ordinary person were to cultivate them, their achievements would be much greater than that of an ordinary martial artist. Unknowingly, she couldn't help but feel despair. The things she had been defending all these years seemed to be gradually collapsing. The rise of cultivators seemed to be unstoppable. The meticulous Tang Jing noticed the change in Marshall's mood. He took the initiative to sit beside her and asked, Is the only martial art you train in the Roaring Flame Saber technique? Without turning his head, Wu said, Do you think that martial arts techniques can be sold in bulk like you? Maybe. Tang Jing hesitated for a moment before saying, What did you say? Wu suddenly turned his head, his eyes as bright as the stars in the night sky. I said that I can really find some martial arts techniques. Tang Jing said word by word. Wu did not doubt him, because Tang Jing had already proven to her too many times. Many seemingly impossible things were not difficult for him, and he seemed to be a miracle creator. Is there anything suitable for me to cultivate? Wu hesitated for a moment, but in the end, the strong impulse for martial arts overcame his face as he asked nervously. Seeing her like this, Tang Jing laughed. Of course there is, but do you really want it? Wu rolled his eyes and misunderstood. He asked, What conditions do you have? What conditions? Tang Jing was slightly startled. He had never thought of asking for any conditions, but these words reminded him. Of course there are conditions. Tang Jing took advantage of the situation and laughed sinisterly. Promise me, don't follow me so closely in the future. I still have the ability to protect myself. It's that simple? Wu thought that he would make some excessive request, such as that, but he didn't expect that he would only make this condition. Is it simple? Then I'll add a few more. No! As a man, how can you go back on your word? Wu was afraid that he would add some excessive conditions, so he quickly blocked his way out. Does that mean you've agreed? Wu bit her lips and nodded. Although she promised her master and mistress that she would protect Tang Jing, she had to admit that the gap between her and Tang Jing was getting bigger and bigger. Moreover, she had a feeling that this gap would only grow bigger. Then she would not be able to protect Tang Jing at all, and would instead become his burden. Although this was a cruel reality, he had to admit it. All right then, I'll find a suitable cultivation method for you in a few days. However, your Roaring Flame Saber is extremely masculine, so only a masculine cultivation technique is suitable for you. Of course. How can a woman like you practice such fierce martial arts? Tang Jing asked curiously. Wu rolled his eyes at him and said, It's none of your business. In fact, before she had a relationship with Tang Jing, she had never thought of herself as a woman. Everything she did was better than the men of the same age in the martial sect. Her personality was even stronger than a man's. Cultivating a strong and fierce martial art was naturally not something inconceivable. However, ever since she had an intimate relationship with Tang Jing, the feminine qualities hidden in her body were slowly being stimulated. The current her was much more feminine than before. Tang Jing did not mind, smiled, and his gaze fell on her hands. In the past few days she had applied the special ointment of the witch clan, and her wounds had already healed. Unfortunately, there were many scars left, which greatly affected her beauty. Sigh! Tang Jing sighed. What a pity! Wu seemed to have understood something and immediately retracted his hands into his sleeves, his arms subconsciously protecting his chest. How is the injury on your chest? You hooligan! Wu recalled the scene in the changing room and immediately reprimanded him. Tang Jing blinked innocently and said, I didn't do anything, but I was scolded as a hooligan. This is too unjust. It seems that I really need to do something. Don't. Wu hurriedly jumped back far away, then turned around and fled. Hee hee, you brat, you're not good. I really thought that you had taken care of her. So it was all an illusion. Tian Chanzi appeared out of nowhere and laughed in ridicule. Damn, Tian Chanzi, you actually eavesdropped. How shameless. Tang Jing stared at Tian Chanzi, who had an evil smile on his face, and said angrily, When did I eavesdrop? It's obvious that you guys were talking too loudly and the wind blew into my ears. Tian Chanzi argued. TSK, sophistry. This is indeed a rare beauty. However, that pair of hands is really a pity. Tian Chanzi said regretfully. Tian Chanzi, haven't you always boasted that you know everything about astronomy and geography? Is there a way to remove her scar? Are you looking down on me? Of course I have a way to use my true energy to moisturize her skin. In time, I will naturally be able to remove the scar. Is that really possible? Tang Jing was about to go back and consult the king of medicine, but he didn't expect Tian Chanzi to have a way. Of course, as long as I use my true energy to move around her wound, removing this scar won't be a problem at all. Tian Chanzi was full of confidence. With me here, there's no need for you to heal her. Tang Jing thought of the private location on her chest and quickly denied Tian Chanzi's intention to help. Humph, a dog biting Lu Dongbin. You don't know how to appreciate kindness. Tian Chanzi said angrily. After a pause, he said, You actually promised to find a cultivation method for her. Where are you going to find it? A hermit has his own brilliant plan. You're playing dumb with me again. Tian Chanzi was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. Hee hee, when the time is right, you'll naturally know. Tang Jing clenched his teeth. I'm about to go into seclusion for a day. If there's anything, wait until I come out. The decision to go into seclusion was not made on a whim. A month was coming and he could once again go to Langya Pavilion through the Dragon Seal. Chapter 637. Tang Jing sat alone in the room. Outside the door was an elder personally guarding, not allowing anyone to disturb him. Tang Jing activated the Dragon Seal, and the scene before him changed. He once again arrived at Langya Pavilion, which was still an ancient building. Looking at the 3 words, Langya Pavilion, on the signboard, Tang Jing took a deep breath and walked up the stairs. This time, he was not in a hurry to go to the next floor. Instead, he walked to the first floor. The first floor contained countless martial arts manuals. Although he had no use for them, they were suitable for martial arts. Martial's Roaring Flame Blade was not a bad martial art. Martial's cultivation speed was not slow either, but the gap between her and Tang Jing was getting bigger and bigger. She had to rely on another set of martial arts to see if she could break through. Although there was a saying that one should not bite off more than they could chew, Martial's martial arts were too simple. Combining other martial arts was not without benefits. Martial herself also saw this point, which was why she was willing to agree to Tang Deng's conditions in exchange for another set of martial arts. There were dozens of martial arts manuals on the bookshelves. Tang Jing glanced through them one by one. Unfortunately, most of them were not suitable for martial arts. Roaring Flame Blade was a very domineering young martial art. Furthermore, Martial's physique was special. It was a yin fiend body. Not only did her body contain a large amount of purine energy, it also contained fiend qi. If this continued for a long time, she would definitely freeze to death. Fortunately, she met Wu Junshan, the head of the martial organization. She was able to cultivate such a fierce martial art like Roaring Flame Blade. This way, she could suppress the fiend qi in her body and luckily survive. His gaze swept through the rows of martial arts manuals. He could not help but shake his head and abandon them. Step by step, he walked past the rows of bookshelves and arrived at the front. The layout here was different from the second floor. A wooden table was placed at the innermost part of the bookshelves. On the table were 2 wooden boxes. The wooden box was dull and dull. There was nothing fancy about it, and it almost did not attract any attention. However, this special position caused Tang Jing to immediately stop. The 2 wooden boxes placed alone were definitely not simple. What was inside? Martial arts manuals? Tang Jing did not know. He had already browsed through all the other manuals. There was nothing too profound or suitable for martial arts. How could he report back? Wouldn't that make Wu laugh his head off? Moreover, he was not the kind of person who would just randomly pick a book to make up the numbers. No matter what it is, let's open it first. Tang Jing made up his mind and prepared to open the wooden box. Huh! Tang Jing widened his eyes in surprise. What the hell? The wooden box did not budge in the slightest. No matter how much strength Tang Jing used, he was unable to open the wooden box as it was tightly sealed. I don't believe it! If the cultivation method for the second level was so easy to obtain, why would it be so difficult to obtain the first level? He really didn't believe that it was so strange. Therefore, he took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. True Qi surged and instantly flowed through his 8 extraordinary meridians. Open! He let out a low roar, the veins on his face bulging as if they were about to explode. Phew! After a long while, he gasped for breath and his hands trembled, but he still couldn't open the wooden box. In the end, he could only give up. He looked at the inconspicuous wooden box in disbelief, trying to guess what was inside that was so secretive. Let's look at the other wooden box first. He weighed the pros and cons for a while and temporarily gave up competing with this wooden box. He chose the other wooden box. These 2 wooden boxes are exactly the same. Don't tell me I can't open them again. Then I really have to go back this time. Tang Jing rolled his eyes speechlessly. Open for me! He used all his strength, roared, and suddenly exerted all his strength. Bang! With a muffled sound, Tang Jing fell on the cold wooden floor, motionless, as if he had been immobilized. Damn, how could this be? Tang Jing wanted to cry but had no tears. He stared at the wooden box in a daze. The wooden box was completely open. It turned out that he had used too much strength just now and accidentally fell down. This wooden box didn't require much strength at all. Even a 3-year-old child could open it. It was completely different from the previous wooden box. This kind of unconventional behavior seriously hurt Tang Deng's feelings. He bitterly sighed. Who the hell set up this damn thing like this? It really killed him. He stood up and carefully looked at the wooden box. There was an ancient book with 4 words on the cover. At a glance, it seemed as if 4 flames were floating from these 4 words. Inferno Divine Palm. Tang Jing had never heard of this set of martial arts, but from these 4 words, he felt that it was different from others. This ancient book was very light. He casually flipped it open. Pictures of moves and training chants were displayed one by one in front of Tang Jing. What a powerful martial arts! After a while, Tang Jing couldn't help but exclaim. Although he didn't practice martial arts, his knowledge was not bad. This set of martial arts was definitely a top-notch martial arts. The Inferno Divine Palm was a set of extremely ferocious palm techniques. According to the description, when practiced to the peak state, one palm strike could turn the enemy into ashes in an instant. This set of martial arts must be kept. He quickly put it into the summer pouch, and an identical set of Inferno Divine Palm was produced in the wooden box. It seems that the situation is the same as on the second floor. As long as I take the martial arts, it will automatically produce an identical martial arts. It's equivalent to just copying the martial arts. Tang Jing nodded. He was not surprised. His goal was accomplished, and his mood became much more relaxed. However, when his eyes fell on the other wooden box, he frowned again. What should he do with this wooden box? Since it was placed together with this set of Inferno Divine Palm, it must be something extraordinary. Although he couldn't open it for the time being, he might as well make a copy. With a thought, the wooden box was put into the summer pouch. Huh! He stared at the empty wooden table. There was no wooden box on it like before. What was going on? Tang Jing was stunned. Didn't this mean that after he took the wooden box, it disappeared from Langya Pavilion? Unlike the other martial arts, there would be a copy left here. He scratched his head. He really couldn't figure out what was going on. Forget it. Since I can't figure it out, then forget it. Tang Jing shook his head and put this question to the back of his mind for the time being. He walked up the stairs and came to the second floor again. Looking at the dazzling array of various cultivation martial arts, he did not put all of them into his pouch. The witch tribe had 2 sets of profound martial arts, the god-killing scroll and the wonderful intent technique. It was enough for them to cultivate and ponder for a long time. His eyes were fixed on the stairs that led to the 3rd floor. The last time was still fresh in his memory. He had overestimated himself and wanted to go up to the 3rd floor, but he was directly knocked out of Langya Pavilion by an invisible force. There was only one opportunity to enter Langya Pavilion every month, and each time it was only 15 minutes. If he was kicked out just like that, it would be a great loss. It was not that he couldn't do anything in Langya Pavilion. At least he could read a lot of books. With Tang Deng's current cultivation, he could be considered to have reached a higher level in cultivation. Although he did not plan to cultivate the martial arts on these bookshelves, it did not prevent him from reading and comprehending them. Every martial art had its own uniqueness. Many people could not cultivate a set of martial arts to the extreme even if they spent their entire lives. But there was no harm in reading more. Tang Jing thought so he planned to use the next period of precious time to read more of the other martial arts, get rid of the impurities, extract the essence, and comprehend some of the mysteries. Absorbing a little bit of essence from every single book and accumulating a little bit would be of great benefit to his future cultivation. The ancient Clear Heaven Scroll and the Dragon God Technique were both extremely profound and contained the truth of the Great Tao. They required extremely strong talent and comprehension ability. Tang Jing was a Skywalker, so there was no doubt about his talent, but his comprehension ability needed to be nurtured and trained. These various techniques that were as vast as the stars could be used to train his comprehension ability. Tang Jing understood this very well, so he took the basic martial arts from the bookshelf, then sat down cross-legged and studied it bit by bit. Time passed little by little. Tang Jing was completely immersed in it and forgot the passage of time. A quarter of an hour had passed. He sat in the same place, safe and sound, holding the martial arts with both hands, hungrily absorbing the knowledge. An hour later, Tang Jing's body slightly trembled. He suddenly woke up and raised his head to look around. His face revealed a look of astonishment. Time! An hour has passed. Tang Jing was very surprised. He clearly remembered that the 5-clawed golden dragon had told him that he could only stay in Langya Pavilion for 15 minutes at a time, and then he would be automatically driven out by Langya Pavilion. Just now, he had forgotten this key point. Now that he had woken up from a dream, he realized that this was unusual. How could it be? Could it be that the 5-clawed golden dragon fooled me? Tang Jing doubtfully said to himself, but quickly denied this point. the five-clawed golden dragon would never do such a meaningless thing. If I can have enough time to stay in Langya Pavilion, then I can read more martial arts, which is very beneficial to my cultivation. He immediately judged the value of this matter, and was overjoyed. Ha ha, five-clawed golden dragon, if you know that I can stay in Langya Pavilion for an hour, I don't know what you will think. Tang Jing smiled. It was hard to imagine the five-clawed golden dragon's expression when he knew this. In fact, he did not know what this seemingly not very strange thing meant. After all, no one in the dragon clan had ever broken this rule. Everyone could only stay in Langya Pavilion for a quarter of an hour. This was the restriction set when Langya Pavilion was first built. He did not know what it meant to break this restriction unknowingly. He did not have time to be happy for too long. Suddenly, the scene in front of him changed. Langya Pavilion disappeared, and he was forced to leave again. Originally, I could only stay in Langya Pavilion for a quarter of an hour, but now I can stay for an hour. This is a great improvement. I don't know how long I can stay next time. He could not help but look forward to it. But this is not the key point. I must improve my Dragon God technique as soon as possible and reach the third level. Only then can I enter the third floor. Now that I am surrounded, I need treasures. Chapter 638. Tang Jing walked out of the wooden house. Tian Chanzi and the others were looking forward to him. Seeing him come out, they immediately surrounded him and asked at the same time, "How is it?" Tang Jing smiled faintly and took out a wooden box and handed it to Marshall. Marshall's face flashed with joy as he received it suspiciously. The attention of the others was also quickly attracted as they stared at the wooden box. Marshall carefully opened the lid, and the words, "Fire Nether Divine Palm," immediately entered her eyes. The joy on her face became even stronger as she hurriedly flipped through it in her hands. Gradually, her eyes became brighter and brighter, and her breathing uncontrollably became hurried. After a long while, she sighed, and her gaze became extremely complicated as she stared at Tang Jing. "Where did you get it?" Marshall's voice was filled with endless doubt. Everyone knew that he was in closed-door cultivation, so how could it suddenly become a set of cultivation techniques? Marshall understood the power of this set of cultivation techniques, especially to her. It was a rare and precious treasure that could not be bought with money. Tang Jing smiled indifferently and said, "You don't have to worry about where it came from. The key is whether you want it or not, right?" "Of course," she said without hesitation. "But this kind of cultivation technique is definitely not something that can be obtained so casually. I'm really curious where you got it from. Why are you thinking so much? Hurry up and go train." Tang Jing clenched his teeth and did not let go. Marshall had no choice but to give up on pursuing the matter. He walked away excitedly and suspiciously. Tian Chanzi stared at him as if he was an alien. He shook his head left and right and said, "You brat, you are becoming more and more mysterious. Hee hee, you flatter me. Since you're in closed-door cultivation, what are you going to do next?" Tian Chanzi asked. "After such a long time, there has been no movement from the 100 transformations, Star-Lord. This means that this place is temporarily safe, so let's return home." After staying in the wilderness for nearly a month, the incident with Princess and should have passed by now. According to her schedule, she should have returned to the country. Then, he would not be the center of attention when he returned. 3 days later, Tang Jing, Tian Chanzi, Wu and Ling Qianyu embarked on their journey back to their country. Just as Tian Chanzi had predicted, Ling Qianyu rejected Tang Jing's offer to stay and even helped him take back his grandfather's territory. She wholeheartedly wanted to stay by Tang Jing's side. Seeing his insistence, Tang Jing agreed without further persuasion. The four of them sneaked into the country's border. Along the way, Ling Qianyu opened her eyes wide, unable to take in all the new sights and things. Of course, this was only secondary. He served Tang Jing extremely well along the way, and did not need to do anything. If Tang Jing was willing, he would probably even be willing to feed him. Tang Jing rejected his meticulous care and attentiveness several times, but the other party turned a deaf ear to him, so Tang Jing gave up. Obviously, Ling Qianyu wanted to use this method to make Tang Jing agree to accept him as a disciple. As for his goal, Tang Jing was well aware of it, but he did not point it out. Dianan, Tang Jing once again came to this familiar place, and couldn't help but recall the conflict between him and the Dianan's Long family. However, it was also thanks to these conflicts that he had such a good helper like Mu Hongyan. The Long family was now supported by Long Xianyuan, especially in the area of business. Without Mu Hongyan, the business genius, the Long family was far less prosperous than before. The Long family had shrunk many of their businesses and no longer expanded outward. They were considered unknown among the several great families, which was a sharp contrast to the rapid progress of the Song family during this period of time. They did not stay long in Dianan, and quickly went north. However, Tang Jing was not in a hurry to return to Beijing. Instead, he sent Ling Qianyu back to ordinary balance. Whether he was willing or not, he had to accept this arrangement. Tang Jing carried the attention of many forces in the capital, and there were too many unknown dangers on him. Ling Qianyu was too weak, and it was indeed too dangerous. Moreover, Huaxiao was too different from the small country in the west. It was also a good thing for him to stay in ordinary balance and adapt to Huaxiao's life and environment. In the end, under Ling Qianyu's resentful eyes, Tang Jing, Wu, and Tian Chanzi embarked on the journey north. Beijing. Stepping on this land again, the weather had gradually become hot. Occasionally, one could see beautiful legs unreservedly displayed in front of everyone on the streets. Fu Tian Chanzi took a deep breath, and an excited smile appeared on his face. He said, "The big city is really different. The scenery is beautiful enough. It is not something that the wilderness can compare to." "Tian Chanzi, I think you mean a feast for the eyes," Tang Jing teased. After this old fellow was reborn, he had picked up a good skin bag. Back then, when he was in the ordinary balance bar, there were many beautiful women who came to strike up a conversation with him. There were even people who took the initiative to support him. Tian Chanzi rolled his eyes at Tang Jing and said, "Why are your thoughts so dirty? Appreciation, you know? You have to use an appreciative gaze." These past few days, she had not relaxed a single moment in her cultivation. As long as she had time, she would be completely immersed in the world of the fire underworld palm. "If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first." Since she had promised Tang Jing that she would not follow him at all times, she would fulfill her promise. Moreover, with Tian Chanzi here, unless the 100 Transformation Star Lord personally came, it would be extremely difficult for anyone to harm Tang Jing. Seeing that Marshall had walked far away, Tian Chanzi patted Tang Jing's shoulder and said, "You brat, you can't do it. Your relationship with this beauty is still too stiff. If you were as handsome as me, then you definitely wouldn't be in such a tragedy." Tang Jing speechlessly rolled his eyes, kicked Tian Chanzi, and shouted, "Scram!" Tian Chanzi did not mind. He laughed and jumped away, waved his hand, and said, "If there's nothing else, then don't come looking for me. I'll go admire the beauty of this city first." "Wretched!" Tang Jing squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth, and then walked towards the school. After leaving the school for so long, it was time to go back and show his face. Walking quickly in the campus, there were students on both sides in a hurry. Occasionally, there would be people who would look at him with strange expressions, but they were not as exaggerated as before when they rushed up to stop him. He let out a big sigh of relief. His decision to temporarily avoid the limelight was too wise. This time, the temperature of Princess Anne had already dropped. Even if there were people who recognized him, they were not as crazy as before. Room 502. When he opened the door, 3 pairs of eyes simultaneously turned and stared straight at him. "Wow, third brother, you're finally back. We thought you were kidnapped by some beauty." Sinosaurus jumped 3 feet high, quickly rushed towards Tang Jing, and hugged him tightly. Tang Jing patted Sinosaurus's back, and looked at him in amazement. It had not been long since they last met, but his skills had actually improved by a lot. Zhou Yan and Wang Shiji also surrounded them. Zhou Yan smiled and said, "Third brother, you slipped away by yourself, causing us to suffer." Wang Shiji nodded his head. "Yes, you don't know what kind of days we've been living." Tang Jing was confused and asked, "I'm leaving, what's wrong with you guys?" Sinosaurus put his arm around his shoulder and said, "Sigh, our days were painful and happy." The more Tang Jing listened, the more confused he became. "Painful and happy?" The three of them nodded at the same time. Zhou Yan pointed at Wang Shiji and said, "Boss, you tell him." Wang Shiji coughed and said, "Third brother, ever since you left, Princess Sen has been looking for you all over the world. Your phone was turned off, as if you had disappeared from the face of the earth. She couldn't find you, so she came to our dormitory every day. Wow, you don't know, but during that time, our dormitory was the center of attention of the entire school. Who knows how many people came to our dormitory to wait before dawn, just to see Princess Sen." That scene. It was really hot to the extreme. Tang Zheng's head was filled with black lines. Was it really that exaggerated? As if seeing that he didn't believe it, Zhou Yan quickly took out his phone and opened the photo album. "Take a look, we didn't lie to you. There was a sea of people in the photo, and it was like a sea of people downstairs. Obviously, this photo was taken from the window upstairs, and it gave people a feeling of being there. They really weren't exaggerating." Tang Jing smiled bitterly and rolled his eyes, saying, "These people really have nothing to do after eating their fill. You've seen the princess so many times, so of course you think it's normal, but how could other commoners have this opportunity? Furthermore, she's one of the most famous princesses in Europe, and she's also a great beauty. This kind of opportunity only comes a few times in a lifetime, so of course I have to come and take a look." Sinosaurus curled his lips, looking down on Tang Zheng's attitude of not taking it seriously. "Alright, I can't win against you guys. But you can tell Princess and that I've left the capital. It's easy for you to say that. Of course we say that, but they don't completely believe us, so they come here almost every day. It's a beautiful thing to see beauties every day, but to be blocked by people to the point that they can't even leave the dormitory, that feeling is not good," Zhou Yan said resentfully. "Haha." Tang Jing couldn't help but laugh out loud. "So this is what it means to be in pain and happy." The three of them shook their heads and said, "Third brother, it's not that we want to criticize you, but you really didn't do anything right. Princess Annie came looking for you, but you avoided her. That's really not right, it's too hurtful. You didn't see the last time, her eyes were red and she almost cried. She seemed to know that you were deliberately avoiding her. Tell me, for a beauty like her, especially a princess, how hurtful is that?" "I really have something to do," Tang Jing explained. "Humph, don't we know you? Aren't you just afraid of being the center of attention?" The three of them scoffed, and immediately pierced through Tang Jing's thoughts. Tang Jing smiled embarrassedly and did not deny it. "You don't know, after Princess and caused such a ruckus, there are more and more rumors. Some people have already described you as a heartless man who abandoned you. Many people are crying out for Princess and it almost led to a diplomatic dispute." Chapter 639. After the collective criticism of the dormitory, Tang Jing realized that it was wise for him to disappear quietly. Otherwise, with Princess and pestering him like this, who knows what would happen? "Ai, Princess and is gone. In fact, I am not used to it. Do you think she will come back?" Several people sighed with regret. Immediately, the three of them looked at Tang Jing in unison. Tang Jing was slightly startled and said, "Why are you looking at me? How would I know? If you don't know, who else knows?" The three people did not believe him. "I think you guys are really obsessed." Tang Jing speechlessly rolled his eyes and directly went to the bathroom to wash up. Tang Jing did not know that because of his evasive attitude, Princess and did not completely give up. Moreover, in the near future they will meet again. At that time, it will not be so easy for him to get rid of her. School life was gradual and slightly boring. In addition to attending classes, Tang Jing concentrated on practicing martial arts. The ancient Clear Heaven Scroll and Dragon God's Secret Art were both improved. Every day after class, Yi Dingding came to find him many times, leaving countless shadows of the two people in the school. On the weekend, Tang Jing left the school and returned to his residence in Beijing. When he stepped into the room, a white figure quickly jumped on his shoulder. Circle plus. Hey, Xiao Bai! Tang Jing was slightly shocked, because the last time in the Northwest Desert Base, Little White drank a lot of magma in order to save people. From then on, it became dispirited and listless, and its body became round, like a football. After not seeing it for a month, it actually changed a lot. Its body became bigger, and its fur became brighter. A pair of small eyes rolled around, looking at Tang Jing and chirping non-stop. Master, you are back. Gui Qiansui also climbed out and respectfully called. Gui Qiansui, how did Xiao Bai grow bigger? Tang Jing asked. Gui Qiansui shook his head. I don't know. Some time ago, something happened to it. Its whole body was burning with flames, almost igniting this house. Not long after, the flames on its body went out, and it had a new change. Xiao Bai chirped a few times, as if showing off. Suddenly it jumped out from Tang Geng's shoulder. Huli Xiao Bai did not land on the ground, but suspended in the air, a pair of snow-white wings grew out of its body. Tang Jing did not notice this pair of wings at all. He could not help but be surprised and stared at it. Xiao Bai, you have wings? Xiao Bai nodded proudly, flapping its wings even more vigorously, flying in circles in front of Tang Jing to show off. Xiao Bai's wings were not long, but they were covered with snow-white hair. When it was tucked away, it was tightly attached to its body. Outsiders could not notice it at all, even Tang Geng's eyes were blinded. TSK, it seems that the magma is very good for you. Why don't we go find a volcano and let you drink some magma? Tang Jing suddenly had an idea and suggested. Unexpectedly, when Little White heard this, it shook its head like a rattledrum, and kept squeaking with a bitter face. You don't want to go? Little White hurriedly nodded in agreement. Why? Didn't you drink magma to improve your strength? Tang Jing scratched his head, confused. Xiao Bai chirped as if it was explaining the reason. However, there was a language barrier between the two sides. Tang Jing spread his hands and could not understand Xiao Bai's words. Okay, I won't go. Tang Jing did not force Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai must have its own reasons. Unfortunately, it could not speak. If it could communicate with words like Gui Qian Sui, it would be much more convenient. Xiao Bai, from now on, you and Gui Qian Sui will start to cultivate a set of martial arts. Are you willing? Tang Jing asked seriously. Xiao Bai scratched its head, its eyes full of doubts. Obviously, it did not understand the meaning of Tang Jing's words. Look at this set of 36 heavenly spirit arts. It is especially suitable for you demon beasts to cultivate. It will definitely be beneficial. Tang Jing took out the set of 36 heavenly spirit arts as if it was a treasure. Xiao Bai stretched out its pink claws and flipped it casually. Its small mouth curled into a Chinese character. It was very disdainful. With a slap, the set of 36 heavenly spirit arts flew in front of Gui Qian Sui. You don't want it? Looking at its disdainful look, Tang Jing did not know whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Bai immediately nodded. It was a tacit agreement. Isn't this a set of martial arts for you demon beasts? Why don't you want it? Listen to me, this set of martial arts is very powerful. Both the Thundercloud Beast and the Pegasus are cultivating this set of martial arts. If you don't cultivate it, you will definitely lose to the Thundercloud Beast in the future. Xiao Bai proudly raised its small head with a disdainful look. It seemed to be saying that it did not think the Thundercloud Beast could surpass it. Looking at its arrogant look, Tang Jing did not know whether to laugh or cry. This little guy was really getting better at acting cool. Great Immortal, can I cultivate this set of martial arts? Gui Qiansui suddenly asked carefully. Just now, it had already flipped through the 36 heavenly spirit arts. Its entire body and mind were immersed in it. This set of martial arts was too useful for it. It could not wait to cultivate it. Tang Jing smiled faintly and said, "This was originally prepared for you. Of course, you can cultivate it." Gui Qiansui was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Thank you, great immortal, for your kindness." It could foresee that after cultivating this set of martial arts, its cultivation would definitely increase greatly. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Xiao Bai curled its lips in disdain. It seemed to despise Gui Qiansui for even cultivating this kind of martial arts. Tang Jing did not know whether to laugh or cry looking at this little guy. Its vision was too high. Since you don't want this set of martial arts, then forget it. Wait until later to see if there is anything you are interested in, Tang Jing said helplessly. Only half a day after the weekend, Su Yingtian came to the door. "Tang Jing, this time you disappeared from the world for so long, and caused such a big disturbance. You really can't stay idle." Su Yingtian pointed at Tang Jing and shook his head. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Tang Jing understood what he meant and asked, "Are you talking about the matter in the northwest?" Su Yingtian nodded. "If not this matter, what else could it be? You've stirred up Xing Feng's anger again, making him so angry that he's fuming." Tang Jing shrugged and said, "It's best to anger him to death. You are you, I really don't know what to do with you." "What, he came to complain to you?" Tang Jing asked in a good mood. "Why would he come to complain to me? He's just trying to stir up bad luck. He's not so stupid. He directly used the resources of the upper echelons to report to the highest level." Su Yingtian pointed his finger at the sky, speaking with deep meaning. Tang Jing frowned and said, "Humph, it's really a case of the guilty party complaining first. I was just about to report to you about the Dragon Group's situation. Do you know that their super soldiers have made new progress? Not only did the ordinary super soldiers increase in strength, but they also created the 4 heavenly kings. Every one of them is not an ordinary person. Moreover, the changes in their bodies are shocking. It's as if they are transforming into demons and not humans." Recalling the wings on the Flame King's back, Tang Jing did not feel that his words were alarmist. Su Yingtian's expression immediately froze and asked in a deep voice, "Is what you said true? You really don't know?" Tang Jing asked. Su Yingtian shook his head. "Ever since the Dragon Group's base was destroyed, their intelligence work became extremely tight. Moreover, there was a big internal cleansing. The people I planted were all removed, so it was very difficult to get any useful information about the Dragon Group. Who would have thought that their progress would be so great? Xing Feng really has good methods. If that's the case, then the Dragon Group is impregnable." Tang Jing sighed. "It's not that far off. The Flame King has already died at my hands, but the other 3 heavenly kings are definitely not kind people. With such experts helping the Dragon Group, it's like adding wings to a tiger," Tang Jing said solemnly. "No wonder Xing Feng is so angry. So it turns out that you killed one of his generals. Humph, so what if I killed him? What can he do to me? Could it be that he wants to kill me?" Tang Jing said with disdain. With his current cultivation, it would not be easy for Xing Feng to touch him. That's why he can only howl. However, this time his backer is very strong and reported many bad things about you. The most important thing is that you did something to the Tree of Life." After saying this, Su Yingtian stared at Tang Jing with a burning gaze. Back then, when the Tree of Life soared into the sky, he had also seen how magical this tree was. However, the Dragon Group later used all kinds of resources to include this Tree of Life into the Dragon Group's research scope. This made Su Yingtian feel very helpless. Of course, the Tree of Life caused a huge commotion in the upper echelons. Many eyes were staring at this big tree. However, the Tree of Life was too magical. Up until now, there had been no practical research results. However, everyone knew that with time, there would be results. However, Xing Feng suddenly complained that Tang Jing had done something to the Tree of Life, making it impossible for them to get close to the Tree of Life. What research was there to talk about? Therefore, when the upper echelons heard this news, they also criticized Tang Jing. When Tang Jing heard this question, he did not panic. He did not even blink as he said calmly, "Haven't they been researching the Tree of Life all this time? Now that there's a problem, they're blaming it on me. Isn't that framing me?" When Tang Jing laid down the Universal Eight Desolation formation, he understood that the Tree of Life was not only related to the dragon group, but also something that the country attached great importance to. By doing this, he was excluding the country. However, in order to save the world, he had to do this. He was not stupid. From the moment he made this decision, he was already prepared to insist that he had nothing to do with the Tree of Life. In any case, no one from the dragon group saw it with their own eyes, so there were no witnesses. With his current status, it was impossible to touch him without conclusive evidence. Seeing Tang Jing's solemn vow without any change in his expression, Su Yingtian could not help but secretly praise him. This kid's shrewdness was getting deeper and deeper. Chapter 640. Tang Jing calmly looked at Su Yingtian. In the end, Su Yingtian looked away and said with a smile that was not a smile, "It doesn't matter if you did it or not, but Xing Feng has already convinced the upper echelons that you did it, so your days won't be easy." Tang Jing shrugged his shoulders and said, "How bad can it be? It's best for you to calm down for the time being and not let the dragon group have anything on you. Don't let the upper echelons have too much dislike for you. Otherwise, even with the protection of the National Security Bureau, you will still be at a disadvantage. After all, you are still a citizen of this country," Su Yingtian warned. Tang Jing bitterly smiled. He did this for the sake of the big picture, but he did not expect that it would cause the upper echelons to be unhappy. However, on second thought, he had never expected anyone to remember his great kindness. This was not only for the people in power, but also for the world. "Damn, I didn't even realize that I was so noble," Tang Jing quietly joked. Seeing that Tang Jing did not say a word, Su Yingtian did not bother about this matter. After all, Tang Jing was not an ordinary person, and it would not be a good thing to push him too far. "But the information you provided about the dragon group's 4 heavenly kings is very useful. I will report it to the upper echelons. This is the dragon groups doing behind the backs of the upper echelons, so they must bear the consequences," Su Yingtian sternly said. "TSK. Tang Jing indifferently shook his head. "That's your internal matter. In any case, tell Xing Feng that if he is unhappy that I killed the Flame Emperor, I will accompany him at any time. But if he dares to implicate me and touch the people around me, even if I have to chase him to the ends of the earth, I will make him die without a burial." As he spoke, his body emitted an intense killing intent. Even if Su Yingtian was experienced and knowledgeable, he could not help but tremble. His expression changed a few times before he solemnly nodded his head. "Don't worry, I will pass this message to him. But with my understanding of him, he will not dare to find trouble with you. That would be for the best." As long as Xing Feng did not target his family, then he really did not have much to fear. With his current cultivation, it would not be easy for Xing Feng to touch him. "Let's not talk about these unhappy things. What's going on between you and Princess Anne? Are you really a couple? Brat, you're amazing. How many boats did you step on them?" Su Yingtian asked with a mischievous smile on his face. "Hey, you are a big man, how can you be so gossipy?" Tang Jing speechlessly protested. "Ha, after all, she is, how did you hook a brat like you?" Su Yingtian chuckled as he spoke, looking as if he was watching a good show and didn't mind the situation blowing up. "I don't know the cause," I nodded Yui. "I just happened to save her once in the South Sea. I already know that, but I think Princess Anne is not as simple as saving your life." "What kind of magic potion did you feed her?" Su Yingtian asked tirelessly. Tang Jing was speechless. He turned around and ignored him. Seeing him like this, Su Yingtian did not stop and continued to say, "You left for no reason, Princess," and was really angry and almost caused a diplomatic incident. Tang Jing did not turn his head and said, "Don't make a big fuss. She's already gone, so this matter ends here." "Ends here?" Su Yingtian's voice suddenly raised a few octaves. "Do you know the main reason I came to find you today? Isn't it about the dragon group? What else could it be?" Tang Jing was confused. "Haha, after I tell you, you will definitely be shocked. Don't keep me in suspense. If you have something to say, just say it. Do you still want to see Princess N?" Su Yingtian kept him in suspense. Princess N's beautiful face flashed in Tang Ding's mind. As a man, looking at such a beautiful woman was naturally pleasing to the eyes. But the other side's halo was too dazzling. Staying by her side also meant enjoying the treatment of being in the limelight. As a man who had always kept a low profile, Tang Jing did not like the feeling of being in the limelight. So comparing the two, he would rather not see Princess N. But hearing Su Yingtian's tone, Tang Jing suddenly had a bad premonition. He turned around and stared at him and asked, "What do you mean?" "Don't worry about what I mean. First answer my question." Tang Jing pondered for a moment and said, "I don't want to see her." Su Yingtian stared and said, "F***ck, are you still a man? You don't even want to see such a beautiful woman? Everyone has their own ambitions. If you keep me in suspense, then I will leave." Su Yingtian gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, you win. To tell you the truth, even if you don't want to see her, you have to see her often." Tang Jing became more and more confused. He scratched his head and asked, "She has already returned to the country. How can I see her?" "You can't scare me." Su Yingtian was so angry that he laughed. He pointed at Tang Jing and said, "I don't know what she sees in you. To tell you the truth, Princess N will come to Beijing soon. Not for a visit, but for an exchange. This time, after Princess N visited Huaxia, she announced to the public that she is very interested in the culture of Huaxia. Therefore, she wants to study in Huaxia for a period of time so that she can understand and learn more." Tang Jing's eyes widened the more he listened. In the end, his eyes were like two copper bells. He stared at Su Yingtian and said, "You are not joking? Is there a need for me to joke?" Su Yingtian's face was serious. "Does this princess have too much time on her hands? What's wrong with her that she actually came to Huaxia to study?" Tang Jing had a headache. He was not in a good mood. What kind of attitude is that? She's an international friend. How can we refuse her request? This is our country's charm. You don't know that after this news is announced, our country's soft power will increase by a lot. Our status in the country will also increase significantly." Tang Jing curled his lips. What was the use of doing all these fancy things? The most important thing was to make the people's lives better. Seeing Tang Deng's disapproving expression, Su Yingtian continued, "Of course, these are all high-sounding official words. You and I know very well why Princess N suddenly wanted to study in our country, and why she specially chose Yenqing University. Of course, all of this is because of you. Don't talk nonsense. I'm not that charming." Tang Jing quickly waved his hand. "You don't believe me? With my decades of experience, I will never be wrong. She came for you. You, the mysterious knight, have contributed greatly." Alas! Tang Jing was helpless. He sighed faintly. Now that what was done could not be undone, this matter could not be changed anymore. He tried every means to avoid Princess N, but he did not expect that he was still one step behind. She directly took the firewood from under the cauldron, and directly made a more ruthless move. He could not avoid it even if he wanted to. He could not always not go to school. He was dejected, like a defeated general. Su Yingtian looked at him and grinned. He suddenly patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't be so dejected. Others would be envious of this good thing for several lifetimes, but when it came to you, it was like killing you. If other people knew, you would definitely become the public enemy of all men in the world." Even spittle would drown you. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Tang Jing turned around and walked away listlessly. Su Yingtian almost jumped and said bitterly behind his back, "You brat, you don't know how lucky you are." Tang Jing did not think that this was a lucky thing. He was thinking about how to deal with this difficult princess. But in the end, he did not think of any useful method. Forget it, I'll just have to deal with whatever comes my way. I'm a big man, what's the point of being so wishy-washy? Before I was not afraid of so many difficulties and obstacles. How could I be afraid of a woman? He took a deep breath, swept away the haze in his heart, and strode to the front of a large building. This building was very grand, and the location was excellent. It occupied the central business district of the capital, the golden location of the golden location. Yo, Mu Hongyan is really amazing. She actually found such a good place in such a short time. This place would be the headquarters of his company in the future. It was absolutely domineering. There was never a shortage of tenants in this area, and not just anyone could open a company in this place. Mu Hongyan was able to do all of this, which was enough to prove her ability. Tang Jing could not help but secretly rejoice for a while. His original unintentional move had actually recruited such a general. He was really lucky. Of course, such a large building definitely had more than one company. When Tang Jing walked into the lobby, he saw an endless stream of white-collar workers shuttling back and forth. Although it was the weekend, there were still a lot of people. One of them was particularly conspicuous in the crowd. Without a doubt, she was the focus of the crowd. She just casually stood there, but her temperament was completely different from the others. There were also many other beautiful women, but compared to her, they were absolutely dwarfed. She attracted a lot of attention. When Tang Jing stepped into the door, her pair of watery eyes immediately locked onto him. Like a butterfly, she flew towards him. His vision blurred, and a person rushed over. Fortunately, Tang Jing trained a pair of fiery golden eyes, and instantly saw her appearance. His face bloomed with a smile. Otherwise, in the face of such a sudden attack, his first reaction would definitely be to knock the other party down. Bang! With a muffled sound, she heavily crashed into Tang Jing's body and fell into his embrace. Tang Jing did not move. He stretched out his hands and hugged her. He touched her black hair and smiled with relief. "Master, you finally came to see Linger." She finally opened her mouth. She raised her head and looked at Tang Jing with infatuation. "Yes, Linger, long time no see. You've become more beautiful." "Really?" Linger rubbed her cheeks, which were fairer than jade, and asked with joy. She was no longer the little Linger who did not know much about the world. In this period of time, she really crammed a lot of life knowledge. Chapter 641. The two people's intimate actions attracted a lot of attention. After all, everyone's attention was originally on Linger. Everyone was trying to guess who this man was to be so intimate with such a beauty. Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, Isn't she the goddess Tang Linger who's been very popular recently?" After his reminder, some people also reacted and quickly checked the photos on the internet. It really was her. Tang Linger has been exposed a lot recently. Thanks to AIME's series of actions, she already had a bit of fame and was praised as a goddess by many otakus. After all, her temperament, which was like a lotus flower emerging from the water, was very different from the current chaotic entertainment circle. People couldn't help but have a good impression of her. Suddenly, someone rushed out from the crowd and used himself as a human wall to block everyone's line of sight. He didn't even turn his head as he said in a low voice, "Hurry up and go upstairs. I'm so anxious." Linger stuck out her tongue and said with grievance, "Linger missed Master so much that I couldn't wait to pick Master up." Linger, didn't I tell you not to call me Master, call me brother?" Tang Jing corrected. Linger playfully blinked and said, Linger forgot. "Brother, don't be angry." Aimi was about to cry as she advised, "You two should go upstairs if you want to catch up. There are so many people watching." If someone takes a photo and posts it online, all your efforts will go to waste. Okay, let's go upstairs. Tang Jing just happened to see an elevator door open. He immediately pulled Ling and rushed in like the wind. Before anyone could react, the elevator door closed. Ai finally let out a sigh of relief. She wiped the cold sweat off her forehead and thought to herself, every time the boss comes, it's like he's testing my nerves. Ding! The elevator door opened and Linger walked in with Tang Zheng's arm wrapped around Tang Zheng's arm. Immediately, they attracted a lot of attention. But Linger didn't let go of her hand. Because this floor was full of colleagues in the company, she didn't have to worry about other people's eyes. However, the employees stared at Tang Jing as if they were looking at an alien. They were all guessing who he was and how he could be so intimate with the company's most popular actress. Mu Hongyan quickly walked out to welcome him. She smiled from afar and said, "Young Master Tang, you're here." Tang Jing nodded and said, "Sister Mu, thank you for your hard work. This is what I should do. Let me show you around first," Mu Hongyan said cordially. When other people heard the conversation between the two people, they couldn't help but be speechless. Mu Hongyan was famous in the company for being strict and serious. How could she be so polite to this handsome guy? "This is the headquarters of our group." Back then, I had my eyes on this building, but the owner didn't want to rent it to us. After a period of struggle, young Master Yan finally came out and settled this matter. Mu Hongyan explained as they walked. The passers-by all greeted Mu Hongyan. She was like a general in ancient times, emitting an extraordinary temperament. When Tang Jing heard this, he asked in astonishment, "Yan Luyun?" Mu Hongyan nodded her head and said, "Young Master Yan seems to have a good relationship with you?" Tang Jing remained silent. His relationship with the Yan family was very subtle. They had shown kindness to him time and time again, and this time, they had helped him without asking for credit. He really admired the Yan family's way of doing things. Mu Hongyan continued, "During this period of time, everything has been proceeding in an orderly manner, especially the pharmaceutical factory. With Senior King of Medicine as a consultant, things have been getting twice the results with half the effort. Many new drugs are already in clinical trials, and the results are very good. I believe that it won't be long before they enter the stage of mass production." Tang Jing gave a knowing smile and praised, "This is all thanks to you guys." Mu Hongyan smiled and said, "Without you, all of this would be nothing. You are the biggest contributor. Let's talk in the office." After walking around and familiarizing themselves with the environment, Mu Hongyan invited him. Tang Jing nodded his head, and the three of them walked into Mu Hongyan's office together. Her office was decorated very generously, and it didn't have the stinginess of a woman at all. "Brother, what do you want to drink? Tea or coffee?" "Sister Mu has a lot of good things here." Linger volunteered to introduce. "Drink some tea?" "Okay, it will be ready in a while." Linger immediately turned into a tea girl. She boiled tea, made tea, and poured tea. The whole process was done in one go. Coupled with her outstanding appearance, it was simply a kind of beautiful enjoyment. These are all the contents of the new training. Her comprehension is very high, and she can understand many things in one go. Mu Hongyan praised. Linger raised her head and smiled shyly and said, "Sister Mu, you flatter me." Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. "Come in." Ai opened a crack in the door and poked her head in to look around. Tang Jing couldn't help laughing and said, "Why are you sneaking around? If you want to come in, come in." Ai pinched her thumb and middle finger together and laughed. "Boss, you are really charming. Don't you know that outside there are a lot of people guessing who you are? I'm not a big star. What's there to guess?" "Oh, boss, you are belittling yourself. Ordinary stars can't catch up with you. You are Princess Anne's mysterious knight." Ai opened her mouth and said exaggeratedly. Tang Jing rolled his eyes speechlessly. "How do you know about this?" "Haha, we are in the entertainment circle. Of course we know about this. Besides, not only in the entertainment circle, many ordinary people also know about you. If you enter the entertainment circle now, you will completely crush those popular young stars. AI Me still didn't give up and urged. He suffered many losses in front of Tang Jing, but he still didn't give up. Mu Hongyan and Linger also looked at Tang Jing at the same time. Obviously, they were also very clear about the previous storm. Mu Hongyan was more and more surprised. She was really puzzled. How did he get involved with Princess N? Moreover, it seemed to be a little ambiguous. Tang Jing heard and quickly waved his hand to stop him. Let's talk about serious business. AI Me bitterly glanced at Tang Jing before letting out a long sigh and said, "What a pity. Okay, boss, let's talk about serious business." During this time, Linger's reputation has been gradually accumulating. Recently, she has been discussing cooperation with several film and television companies. If it is confirmed, she will start shooting a movie. In addition, she has already started recording her album. I believe that it won't be long before she becomes more and more famous. In today's entertainment circle, not only did one have to rely on their good looks and good temperament to stay popular, but they also had to have excellent results, such as singing and acting. In short, relying on their looks to make a living could only make them popular for a while, but not forever. Linger had a face, so of course, she also had to have soft power. She had to cultivate both inside and outside. That was the true style of a big star. When it came to serious business, AI Me was very serious and showed the style of a gold medal manager. Tang Jing nodded with satisfaction. Thank you for all of this. This is my job. It's not considered hard work. After AI Me finished speaking, there was a strange look on her face. She looked like she wanted to say something but stopped. Tang Jing slightly frowned and said, "If you have something to say, then say it. Is there something that you can't tell me? There has been a little trouble recently. There are some bad words about Linger online." AI Me said hesitantly. When Linger heard this, she also stopped what she was doing and curled her lips, feeling wrong. Those people are really annoying. They made things out of nothing and said bad things about me. Although Tang Jing didn't know the exact situation, he could roughly guess it. As the saying goes, when a person becomes popular, there will be a lot of trouble. Recently, Linger has become more and more popular, so there must be someone who is jealous. Thus, they are secretly stirring up trouble and purposely slandering her. Have you found out who it is? Tang Jing coldly asked. I found out. It's my old enemy, the popular celebrity, Lu Yanran. Lu Yanran? Tang Jing frowned. This name was a little familiar. Where have I heard it before? Seeing that he didn't remember, Linger immediately reminded. It's the woman we met when we were buying clothes at Ordinary Balance during Chinese New Year. Tang Jing instantly realized. So it's her. Back then, they even had a conflict, which involved the Lei family. Lu Yanran was known as a fairy sister in the entertainment industry. But after Linger was pushed onto the stage, many people realized that Linger had the temperament of a fairy sister, and Lu Yanran couldn't compare to her. However, she had been famous for a long time. After all, Linger couldn't compare to her for the time being. But everyone knew that Linger had potential, and it wasn't impossible for her to surpass Lu Yanran in the future. Lu Yanran and the company behind her also felt the pressure. Thus, they hired ghostwriters to slander Linger. As the saying goes, public opinion can melt gold. Although it's just a matter of chasing the wind, the audience who didn't know the truth would be subtly influenced if they heard too much, which was disadvantageous to Linger. Tang Jing figured out the reason and coldly snorted. I didn't find trouble with her, but she came to us first. Boss, I have already dealt with this matter. Although there is some negative influence on the internet, it won't affect the overall situation. You did well. Collect more information on this woman. Linger is getting more and more popular, and there will definitely be conflicts with her in the future. We won't fight a battle that we have no confidence in. Since she is slandering our Linger, we won't fabricate facts to slander her. Instead, we will use evidence to nail her to death. Unknowingly, Tang Jing emitted a powerful aura, causing AI Mi's heart to tremble. Lu Yanran actually dared to provoke the boss. This time, she will definitely suffer a huge loss. I heard you say that she's a troublemaker. I believe that she has a lot of information on her, right? Tang Jing asked. Ai Mi nodded her head. Of course. Many people in the entertainment industry are unhappy with her. But everyone is afraid of the benefactor behind her, so no one dares to reveal this information. Otherwise, her reputation as a fairy sister would have long disappeared. She's just fooling ordinary people who don't know the truth. Her benefactor? Who? Tang Jing asked in suspicion. Chapter 642. Tang Jing nodded and said, No wonder she is safe and sound when she causes trouble everywhere. It turns out she has a big backer. So, boss, let's take the long view, Ai Mi suggested. The corner of Tang Jing's mouth hooked up, revealing a devilish smile, and said, She dares to slander Linger. I don't care who is behind her. As long as her bullshit matters are verified, I will be happy to let the public know. Ai Mi's eyelids jumped. She wanted to persuade him but held back. Her emotions fluctuated and she could not help but feel a little excited. When other people faced Lu Yanran, they all retreated. But her boss faced her head on. This was really too satisfying. Boss, you can rest assured. I, Sister Ai Mi, promise you that I will use all my connections and resources to investigate Lu Yanran as soon as possible. Ai Mi patted her chest and promised. With that, he left the office without stopping. Looking at his energetic appearance, Mu Hongyan praised. Ai Mi is indeed very capable. The series of plans that she made for Linger can be said to be perfect. Otherwise, it would not have been easy for Linger to reach her current level of exposure in such a short period of time. Tang Jing nodded and looked at Linger with a smile that was not a smile and asked, Linger, now that you are a star, how do you feel? Linger opened her bright black eyes and stared straight at Tang Jing and said, Not much. No matter how big of a star Linger becomes, I will always be my brother's Linger. Haha, in the future when you are more famous than me, I will ask you for an autograph. Tang Jing joked. Linger's cheeks flushed red and said shyly, Brother is making fun of Linger. As she spoke, she naturally took his arm. Mu Hongyan's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise as she thoughtfully looked at the two. Since it's all thanks to Yan Liuyan's help in the office building, I'll remember this favor. Since I have time this weekend, I'll invite him to have a meal with me. Sister Mu, would you like to join us? Mu Hongyan shook her head. I won't go. The company is just starting up, and there are a lot of things to do. Let Linger accompany you. That little girl hasn't seen you for a long time. She must want to spend more time with you. Upon hearing this, Linger was delighted and said, Elder Sister Mu knows Linger the best. Linger just wants to stay by Big Brother's side. She leaned on Tang Jing's shoulder like a little bird. If her fans saw this scene, they would definitely want to skin Tang Jing alive. Seeing Mu Hongyan's firm attitude, Tang Jing did not force her and left the office with Linger. Under everyone's gaze, he allowed Linger to hold his arm and disappear into the elevator, causing everyone to whisper and discuss. Linger wore a pair of large sunglasses that almost covered half of her face. She intimately held Tang Jing's arm and went to a nearby restaurant. Just now, he had already made an appointment with Yan Luyun over the phone and invited him to come here for lunch. When Yan Luyun heard this invitation, he was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly agreed that he would be there in a while. Sure enough, not long after the two sat down, Yan Luyun appeared at the door and quickly walked over under the guidance of the waiter. Young Master Tang, long time no see. Yan Luyun cupped his hands towards Tang Jing and calmly nodded towards Linger. Young Master Yan, please take a seat and order first. As the host, I'm not a picky eater. Yan Luyun laughed heartily. Tang Jing did not hold back and ordered a few signature dishes. Linger sat silently at the side and silently observed Yan Luyun through her sunglasses. Young Master Tang is a famous figure in this period of time. Many people in the circle are talking about you and are envious of your luck, Yan Luyun said with a smile. Tang Jing bitterly smiled. He naturally knew that Yan Luyun was referring to Princess, and he shook his head and said, "This matter is a freak combination of factors. It's not as complicated as everyone thinks." "Haha, that might not be the case. But with young Master Tang's ability, it's not impossible for you to attract Princess An." Tang Jing immediately waved his hand and said, "Stop, let's not talk about this today. We'll just reminisce about the past." "Haha, then I'll accept your invitation. Let me introduce you. This is my sister, Linger. It's her first time here. I hope young Master Yen can take care of her in the future." Tang Jing took the initiative to introduce. Yan Luyun was surprised. Wasn't Tang Jing an orphan? Why did he have a sister? Just a moment ago, he thought that she was one of Tang Geng's close female friends. However, her temperament was indeed different. Although he could not see her face, he believed that she was not bad. "So it's Miss Tang. Nice to meet you," Yan Luyun warmly greeted. Linger took off her sunglasses and smiled sweetly as she shook hands with Yan Luyun. When he saw Linger's face, a trace of amazement flashed through Yan Luyun's eyes as he praised. "Miss Tang is really a natural beauty. You're so beautiful that even birds and geese fall." Linger faintly smiled and said, "Thank you. But you seem a little familiar. Where have I seen you before?" Yan Luyun doubtfully blinked his eyes as he muttered to himself. "Linger, it seems that you're not famous enough. Young Master Yen did not recognize you." Since Tang Jing introduced Linger to Yan Luyun, he did not intend to hide his identity. Yan Luyun was stunned when he heard that. He looked at Linger a few more times and suddenly, his eyes widened as he exclaimed, "So it's you, the fairy sister who has become famous recently." Immediately he turned his head and stared straight at Tang Jing, the shock in his heart overflowing with words as he said, "Young Master Tang, your job of keeping this a secret is too good. You don't know, but there's news about your sister in the circle recently." Tang Jing's interest was piqued, and he sat up straight as he curiously asked, "Oh, what news?" "This." Yan Luyun's face slightly changed as he was at a loss for words. Tang Jing slightly knitted his brows and said, "Is there something you can't say?" "It's just a group of rich plebeians who are bored," Yan Luyun said embarrassedly as he glanced at Linger. Tang Jing's heart moved as he had already guessed a few things. These rich plebeians ate, drank, and played every day. So when they saw such a beautiful fairy sister suddenly become famous, they would definitely have many improper thoughts. There might even be some blind ones who would have ideas about Linger. Tang Jing had always been cautious. He had already known that there might be trouble when she entered the entertainment circle, so he specially set up an entertainment company to put an end to this kind of thing. He never thought that this kind of thing would happen faster than he expected. But this kind of thing was unavoidable, but Tang Jing would definitely not watch this kind of thing happen. He had to nip it in the bud. Seeing Tang Jing's face become gloomy, Yan Luyun knew that he must have guessed a few things and hurriedly said, "These are a group of people who don't know what's good for them. I will go and greet them." Tang Jing shook his head and said, "I like to deal with this kind of thing myself." Linger was being targeted by these wolves, so of course he had to stand up for her. There was no need to trouble others. When Yan Luyun heard this, his heartstrings trembled. He had known Tang Jing for so long, and every time he made a move, it would be accompanied by blood. He was deeply afraid that Tang Jing would directly kill these people in a fit of anger. Thus, he hurriedly advised, "Young Master Tang, don't be rash. These people don't deserve to die." Tang Jing was slightly startled. He saw that Yan Luyun had misunderstood his meaning. He did not think that he would kill these indecent people. After all, Linger was simply too beautiful. She was as dazzling as the sun, and it was normal for her to attract the attention of the opposite sex. He couldn't kill all the men, right? That would be too unreasonable. "Young Master Yen, I don't want to kill anyone. I just want to express my attitude to these people. I want to personally express my attitude," Tang Jing coldly said. When Yan Luyun heard this, he let out a sigh of relief. An idea came to his mind and he said, "There's a gathering tonight. Why don't young Master Tang and your sister come and have some fun? Oh, what gathering? Some people in the capital regularly hold gatherings. They are all people in the circle. With young Master Tang's current status, it would be good for you to familiarize yourself with them, Yan Luyun suggested. Tang Jing relied on his own strength to sit on the same level as these aristocratic families' disciples. Many of them could only look up to him. However, he had always been outside of this circle, and most people did not dare to take the initiative to invite him. After all, he had a fierce reputation. Several aristocratic families' disciples had suffered a great loss at his hands. No one wanted to be unlucky in front of him. Tang Jing pondered for a moment. Yan Luyun's suggestion was not bad. His company was in the capital, and in the future he would inevitably have to deal with people in this circle. Familiarizing himself with them beforehand would make it easier for him to handle things in the future. Moreover, he also wanted to personally sound the alarm for these people and make them dispel any thoughts they had about Linger. Okay, then we'll listen to young Master Yan's arrangements. Yan Luyun was overjoyed. If he could pull in such a strong ally like Tang Jing from the circle, it would be greatly beneficial for him and the Yan family. In addition, this meal is mainly to thank young Master Yan for helping my company solve the office building problem. I'm really in the dark in the capital. I'll definitely have to trouble young Master Yan a lot in the future. Tang Jing expressed his gratitude. It's nothing. It's not worth mentioning. Young Master Tang, you're too polite. Your company has a female hero like Boss Mu in charge. It won't be long before your name will be known all over the country. After the meal, they found a place to drink tea for a while. Then, the three of them got into Yan Luyun's car and went straight to the destination of the party. In the evening, the car quietly drove into the underground parking lot of a building. Yan Luyun picked up a card and swiped it at the elevator door. With a ding, the elevator slowly opened. This is a private elevator. You can only enter it by swiping a card. It goes straight to the top floor. Our meeting place is on the top floor. Yan Luyun introduced. This building is a landmark building in the capital. The top floor overlooks the entire capital. The scenery is very good, especially at night. It's a different kind of scenery when thousands of lights are on. You guys really know how to pick a place to meet. This is a private club. It has a membership system. Ordinary people can't go upstairs at all, especially those nouveau riche. They'll break their heads trying to get in, but in the end, they still have to return in failure. Then who's the boss of this club? Tang Jing asked curiously. Yan Luyun pretended to smile mysteriously and said, You'll know when you see him. The elevator was very fast. After a while, it stopped. The three of them walked out of the elevator. In front of them was a very grand door. There were several security guards standing at the door. Chapter 643. Behind the door was a grand hall with carved beams and painted rafters. There were several wooden furniture, especially the landscape paintings hanging on the wall. With a single glance, one could tell that they were the work of a master. Young Master Yan, you've come. Please come in. An account manager who was in charge of one-on-one meetings walked out. Just now, when the three of them had just entered the elevator, the account manager already knew that they had come, so he hurried over to receive them. This clubhouse had a dedicated one-on-one meeting, so that the members could enjoy the utmost respect and enjoyment. Yan Luyun slightly nodded and said, These are my two friends. Today, they specially came to take a look at the clubhouse. The account manager maintained a humble attitude and expressed his welcome. How could someone who could be personally accompanied by young Master Yan be an ordinary person? Young Master Yan, the banquet is about to start. The account manager reminded. Yan Luyun waved his hand and said, We'll take a look around first. You can go do your own things. The account manager respectfully excused himself. How do you feel? Seeing the other party walk away, Yan Luyun asked with a smile that was not a smile. Tang Jing shrugged and said, This care is really meticulous. This is one of the characteristics of this clubhouse. Also, this clubhouse is a platform for everyone to use to communicate. Many big business deals are done here. Tang Jing's heart moved as he thought of the ordinary balanced clubhouse and said, "Then, what kind of services are available here?" Yan Luyun naturally knew what services he was talking about. He meaningfully smiled and said, "This time, you've guessed wrong. There really isn't any messy business here." "Oh?" Tang Zheng's eyes widened in surprise. "This is where the owner of the clubhouse is smart. In this circle, there is never a lack of women. If this place was run as a brothel, it would instead lower the level of the clubhouse. After all, the members here are not only men." Yan Luyun explained. Tang Jing suddenly understood. From the looks of it, the ordinary balanced courtyard's level was too low. It was simply at the level of a nouveau riche. The few of them chatted and laughed as they walked around the clubhouse. Many people greeted Yan Luyun, but none of them bowed and groveled. On the contrary, the people here didn't like those soft-hearted people, because that would be inferior. "Miss Tang, do you like this place?" Yan Luyun did not neglect Linger and asked with concern. Linger was not surprised by the compliment, and said calmly, "Just so." Yan Luyun was briefly stunned before he bitterly smiled. Miss Tang's standards are indeed high. These words were not meant to be sarcastic, but sincere. In fact, he had been paying attention to Linger just now. If an ordinary woman were to come here, she would have been looking all around. It was too much for her eyes to take in, and she would be bursting with joy. However, Linger was completely different. Most of her attention was on Tang Jing. She was indifferent to all this luxury and only glanced at it occasionally. This kind of temperament made Yan Luyun sigh with emotion. Sure enough, Tang Jing did not have any ordinary people by his side. Other people who come to this clubhouse are not stingy with their praise, but this lady's words have turned my hard work into nothing." A voice full of energy, but not harsh to the ear, came from not far away as a person leisurely walked over. This person looked to be in his 40s and was very ordinary. He was not handsome, nor did he have any special temperament. It was as if he was thrown into a crowd and would be drowned at any time. Tang Jing curiously looked at this ordinary person. From his words, it seemed that he was the owner of this clubhouse. "Director Ji, let me introduce you." Yan Luyun revealed a trace of a smile and said familiarly. The other party waved his hand and said, "Young Master Tang's great name is like thunder to my ears. How could I not know? I just never had the chance to meet you." As he spoke, he handed over a business card with only a phone number and a name on it. It was also extraordinarily ordinary, as if it was him. "This humble one is Ji Wuxiang. I hope that young Master Tang will take care of me in the future." Ji Wuxiang politely introduced himself. "This surname seems to be very rare." Tang Jing curiously looked at the business card in his hand, and said, "This is a surname from ancient times, but there are fewer and fewer people with this surname nowadays. It seems that Director Ji's family has a long history. I don't know about this because I am the only one in my family." Tang Zheng was stunned. At this age, he had a successful career but was still single. This could be considered a genuine golden bachelor. However, this involved the other party's privacy. This was the first time they met, so Tang Jing naturally would not tactfully ask more. Ji Wuxiang's gaze turned and looked at Linger and said, "Miss Tang has recently made a name for yourself in the entertainment industry. Your future is limitless." Tang Zheng was shocked. This person was able to recognize even Linger at a glance. He was really amazing. Linger faintly smiled and said, "Thank you. The banquet is about to begin. I still have to greet the guests, so please go ahead." Ji Wuxiang did not stay any longer and quickly left. Watching his back disappear behind the door, Yan Luyun looked at the business card in Tang Zheng's hand and said, "This business card of his is not easily given away." Tang Jing did not feel flattered, but was very curious and asked, "This person's cultivation is not shallow. What is his background?" "His specific background is not clear to everyone, But we know that he is really amazing. What kind of amazing? There is nothing in the capital that he cannot do. Tang Jing opened his eyes wide and said, "Isn't this boasting a bit too much? There are too many crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the capital, but no one dares to say that there is nothing that they cannot do. Perhaps even the big families would not dare to boast like this." Yan Luyun meaningfully smiled and said, "Many people will think that this is boasting at first, but only those who really know the inside story will know that this is not an exaggeration. It is just that he will not easily promise anything to others." Tang Jing shook his head. It was still a little hard to imagine. This person was too ordinary. He was not even a martial artist. Tang Jing did not feel a trace of internal strength from him. Tang Jing found it hard to believe that such an ordinary person had such a powerful strength. But he has a rule. If he gives this business card to someone, then he will help the other party. So if others see this business card, they will definitely be jealous and jealous. Yan Luyun said something shocking. Tang Jing looked at the ordinary business card in his hand in disbelief and said, "A business card has such great magic power?" Yan Luyun solemnly nodded and seriously said, "Of course, because it is Ji Wuxiang's business card." Tang Jing took a deep breath. He really could not guess what kind of ability he had to attract Ji Wuxiang so much. But the other party's good intentions, he could not refuse, so he carefully put away the business card. The few of them did not continue to stroll around, but went straight to the banquet. After all, Tang Jing came today to get to know this circle, so of course he could not hide. The banquet was held on the rooftop. There were already many people gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, chatting and laughing. Tang Jing swept his eyes and was surprised. Yan Luyun's words were indeed true. The members here were not simple. He already saw several familiar faces that often appeared on TV. Not only were there business people, there were also political people. On the contrary, a few so-called popular stars became a foil, quietly accompanying these people. Look at those big stars. They have tens of thousands of fans outside and are revered by people. But here, their roles are completely reversed. They can be considered insignificant characters. Yan Luyun introduced. They are not members here? Hee, how could they have such qualifications? Yan Luyun said with a somewhat disdainful tone. It's already a great fortune for them to be able to come here. Tang Jing was secretly speechless. The more he came in contact with this mysterious club, the more he was shocked by the power contained in this mysterious club. Let me introduce you to a few friends. Yan Luyun brought the two of them to the front of several people. The other party immediately stopped talking and greeted Yan Luyun. Everyone, let me introduce you to a friend, Tang Jing. Young Master Tang, let's get together more often in the future. When the few people heard this, their eyes immediately lit up. They extended their hands to Tang Jing and said, Young Master Tang's great name is like thunder to my ears. It is a blessing of 3 lifetimes to be able to meet young Master Tang. Tang Jing smiled faintly and said, Everyone is an elite in their respective fields. This is killing me. Haha, young Master Tang is too modest. Ever since young Master Tang came to the capital, everything you do can be said to be a big deal. I have no choice but to admire you. Young Master Tang, the Chu family has suffered a great loss in your hands, especially Chu Xiaofeng. He is used to being arrogant, and many people have suffered losses because of him. So, you have really helped everyone vent their anger. Tang Jing glanced at Yan Luyun. It turned out that these people were so kind to him because of the Chu family. Yan Luyun saw through Tang Jing's thoughts and said in a low voice, In the past, Chu Xiaofeng was just a sh*t stirrer. He relied on the Chu family to run amok. Tang Jing gradually understood the reason. Although these people were already unreachable for ordinary people, and they were all members of the club, compared to the Chu family, they were still too weak. Therefore, they did not dare to say anything to Chu Xiaofeng. They did not expect that Tang Jing would solve the big problem of the Chu family for them, and completely take revenge for them. The Chu family has only themselves to blame. It's just a small matter, so it's not worth mentioning, Tang Jing said. The few people could not hide the admiration in their eyes. They exchanged contact information with each other, and this could be considered to be acquaintances. Without a doubt, these connections would be very helpful to the development of his company in the future. Of course, he would not neglect these people. Yan Luyun introduced him to a few more people, and then they came to the railing. There were a few people gathered here, and they were talking and laughing as if there was no one else around. Suddenly, the laughter stopped. When this group of people saw Tang Jing and the other two, their eyes immediately swept towards Linga without restraint. Under the backdrop of the night, Linger's beauty did not diminish. Instead, it added a sense of mystery, causing one's heart to sway. There was no lack of beautiful female companions beside these people. They all raised their heads and looked at Linger. Strange sparks immediately burst out from their eyes. You're tuning into the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.